It's November 3rd, 2020, Election Day. So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:05. And Clerk of the Board, Lindsay, could you conduct a roll call?
Absolutely. Supervisor Brown? Supervisor Brown, you're muted.
You're muted.
There she is.
Okay, I'm here.
Good morning. Supervisor McCowan? Supervisor McCowan, you're muted.
Here.
Thank you. Chair Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
And Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. And I've invited the Registrar of Voters, Katrina Bartolome, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. I'm so sorry. For liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We're swamped here today. I'm sorry.
And thank you, Katrina. And we'd like to really express our appreciation for all you do and your staff and all the volunteers that are working today to make this election work.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate it. Okay. All right. Let's see. In order to speak via telecomment, one must submit a speaker form online before 8 a.m. the day of the meeting. The link to the telecomment request forms can be found on both the first and last pages of the meeting agenda and on the Board of Supervisors website under Agenda and Minutes and Public Engagement. If you have submitted a telecomment request for either public expression or consent calendar, please call in now. So agenda item number 3 is public expression, and we have a couple comments there. So is Anna Weibel on the line?
Yes, she is. Just give her a moment to convert to a panelist, please.
Very good.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Sorry for the delay. Hi, I want to voice my concern about the process involved in regards to permits for communication towers in Mendel County. What is supposed to be a public hearing is not a true public hearing just by giving the public an option to call in or view via Zoom. It is time to open these Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors meetings to the public. It is time for all Planning Commission staff, Planning Commissioners, Supervisor, and legal staff to be aware of and be educated about the issues involved with communication towers. It is especially crucial as due to the Federal Communications Commission's outdated Telecommunications Act of 1996, environmental and health reasons do not count as reasons for denial of a project. Other counties actually have a health department that weighs in when decisions affecting people's health are involved. As the FCC does not protect its citizens, big telecom corporations come up with decisions in their corporate offices for our communities without an interest in our community or an understanding of them. They're given basically free range to do whatever they want to do as long as our county is not questioning them. For example, at the May 21 Planning Commission meeting, the planner for the project announced that neither 5G nor microwaves are proposed for the Willits Tower at this time. Did he mean to say microwave dish? Aren't microwaves used to emanate from the tower? What is the long-range plan for internet connection in Mendocino County? Is there one? If not, any further approvals are premature and should not be considered until there is one. Why are the guidelines not updated? Why can these companies disregard the guidelines also as far as setback is concerned and come up with false information, Google Maps, trying to prove distances from towers to dwellings? The Potter Valley Tower got approved even though the setbacks were less than the guidelines called for. The same is true with the Willits Tower. The public did not get to see the photos how the Willits Tower would fit into the landscape until after the appeal. AT&T is building a tower in the Albion area, did not inform the county that they will place 50 poles and string in cable from these poles for
30
3
seconds.
miles in the coast zone. And also in terms of other towers, it's not just the Albion Tower. The Willits Tower was unloading materials 2 days after your last meeting without flaggers. They got stuck on the hairpin curve. It is a dangerous situation. The list goes on and on. There were many inaccuracies and misstatements in regards to these towers and also with other towers. Thank
Time.
you for, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mika Ferretta. Is Ms. Ferretta on the line? Atlas?
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas Pearson. She was, but she appears to be off the line right now. So we can go to the next caller.
Okay, Neil Altimari. Okay, Mr. Altimari.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. Hi, I called on the last meeting and talked on the last meeting as well about the parks and playgrounds. I'm calling in regard to that. So to recap, I inquired as the possibility of reopening the play equipment and parks throughout the county. Thank you for your time to allow me to comment then and today. I wanted to comment about them reopening based on the State of California Department of Public Health guidelines released on September 28th, which may be employed for all counties regardless of tier status. Additionally, I mentioned how surrounding counties to Mendocino, Lake, Humboldt, and Sonoma have all reopened their playground equipment following this updated guidance. Dr. Andy Korn addressed my comment during his COVID-19 update. He mentioned that he has no problem with the playgrounds being reopened, that the playground reopening guidance is something separate from anything that he has put out. He further explained that the hang-up on reopening the playgrounds is cities not having adequate staff to employ necessary cleaning protocol measures in order for the playgrounds to be open. I understand that response for city playgrounds, and I have followed up with Ukiah already regarding their parks and playgrounds, Todd Grove Park, for example. With that said, and I'm not sure if the Board of Supervisors realize this, but Mendocino County website clearly lists that there are 7 specific county parks. These are not under cities, they're under the county, some of which do contain playground equipment, Redwood Valley and Mill Creek, for example. Please educate me if I'm mistaken, as I may not be completely sure who cares for and maintains these parks, but I believe that it is county employees based on the vehicles I have seen servicing these facilities in the past. Since the county is managed and governed by the Board of Supervisors, I'm curious if the county has adequate staffing to at least reopen the county playground equipment. It was kind of turfed off onto the cities before, and so I'm not sure if the Board of Supervisors even realize they have county parks. One thing I would like to mention from a health and spreading of COVID-19 standpoint is that I greatly suspect that keeping playgrounds closed is actually causing more harm and potential spreading of COVID than reopening them. The reason being is that many parents of young children, I know for a fact, are visiting the surrounding counties' playgrounds in order to let their children play on the open play equipment in those counties. This, of course, is causing increased movement of persons between counties and among greater geographic areas than they would typically travel, thus increasing the risk of COVID-19 exposure and spread than would otherwise exist if community parks and playground equipment near local residents' homes were actually open. As you can see, failing to reopen certain services that exist locally yet remain closed but are open in neighboring counties actually works against us in decreasing spread.
30 seconds.
If the goal is to reduce COVID and move to a lower tier, this is the wrong way to go about it. Thank you for taking the time. I hope you act appropriately on it. And just, I wanted to follow up from the last meeting. My wife and I, my wife's the same last name, she put in for a public comment last week. We have one computer. I mentioned that I was cut off prematurely, that she was going to speak right after me for her public comment, but you guys shut me off and never reconnected, even though I raised my hand on the public comment.
Time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Altamari. And I think our CEO, Carmel Angelo, has something to say in response.
Yeah. Chair Haschak, thank you. The parks, the Mendocino County parks, the county parks, are under the Cultural Services Agency. And yesterday I met with Deputy CEO Sarah Duquette, who is working with the Cultural Services Agency, and they are developing a plan regarding the tiers, our purple, red, orange, yellow tiers, as far as the reopening of the parks. So that is being worked on. I will say, in response to the caller, that Mendocino County has one facilities person who works with the parks. However, again, staff is working on a plan to reopen the county parks, not the city parks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is Mika Ferretta on the line?
Yes, one moment.
Good morning. Ms.
Good
Ferretta.
morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, go
great.
ahead.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Mika Ferretta. I am the BHAB Vice Chair. I sit on the Measure B committee as well. First, I wanted to thank Supervisor Brown for her service all these years. I really appreciate that. I wanted to bring attention to an issue that developed in the past 2 weeks concerning the Regional Behavioral Health Training Facility for the Behavioral Health and Public Safety. This is the training center that is part of Measure B and involves the facility purchased in Redwood Valley. At this month's BHAB meeting and Measure B meetings, two things surprised me. First, at the BHAB, I reported that there was, quote, a soft recommendation to the Measure B project manager to postpone work on the training center. I want to make it clear that this is neither a BHAB recommendation nor a recommendation from the ad hoc for the training center. I can say this as I am one of the decision makers on both of these committees. This left me confused as to who and how the project manager was, quote, directed to postpone any work on the training center. Secondly, there was a comment at the Measure B meeting that the training center strategic plan should have, quote, a cost recovery model. This is new to me as well, as again, I sit on the ad hoc meeting for the training center. Training for county law enforcement and county mental health providers should be a service that the Measure B funds are used for to provide prevention, psychoeducation, and appropriate care for persons having a mental health crisis. For as long as Tom Allman has been in law enforcement, and before there was a national conversation of how law enforcement needs training when it came to interacting with persons in crisis, he has been saying, leading, and now pleading that we use Measure B funds to support the training center. And I have to agree. The training should be a service that Measure B funds provide. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think there'll be more discussion about that in items 5C and D, I believe.
Yes, I just won't have service, so I wanted to comment on that now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, very good. That's it for the public comment. We'll move on to agenda item number 4, the consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, are there any items for separate consideration? Hearing none, is there any public comment? I don't have it on my list. Okay, so we'll go, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
thank you. I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Okay, and any further conversation? I'd just like to note that on item 4C, it's the adoption of the proclamation recognizing November 11th, 2020 as Veterans Appreciation Day in Mendocino County. An important day for all of us. So,
And I thank you, Mr. Chair, for pointing that out. Thank you.
okay, so if there aren't any further comments, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Hashjack.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 6A, which is discussion and possible action, including approval of appointment of Supervisor Hashjack as Director, Board Member, Representative to the California State Association of Counties, CSAC, Board of Directors for the 2020-21 term, and discussion surrounding appointment of an alternate representative. Sponsor is Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much. I'd also like to thank my colleagues, present and past, for assigning me to the CSAC Board of Directors through the last 12 years. It's been a very good experience. I think I've brought a lot of information back that was very useful for our county, and I know some of you have participated in the CSAC policy committee meetings along with listening in to the Board of Directors. But my time is short, and Mr. Chair, you actually are my alternate on CSAC Board of Directors, and I very much would like to have you approved. I'd like to nominate you and approve, my colleagues approve it, to represent us at the Board of Directors. As you know, this will be going a full year. And I also would like to recommend, unless one of my colleagues wants to step up as the alternate to CSAC, that it come forward, if they don't, that it come forward right after the first of the year. We may have, we have two new county supervisors that will be coming on, and one of them may want to be the alternate. So that was my enthusiasm of bringing it forward. I hope Supervisor Hashjack, you will accept the nomination.
Well, certainly I'd accept it, realizing that there are huge shoes to fill, because Supervisor Brown has done a remarkable job for our county at the state level, and very well known, very well connected, and is able to represent us very effectively. So I appreciate that, Supervisor Brown. So is there any further comment from the board?
Chair Hashjack.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I see the logic of waiting till January to select an alternate, but we also have two current supervisors that have a pretty good familiarity with many of the county issues that we deal with. So I just wanted to ask if either Supervisor Williams or Supervisor Jurdy would be willing to serve as alternate. And if so, I think we could make that appointment today, if either of them are willing to accept that assignment. Thank you.
Chair Hashjack.
Yes, Supervisor Jurdy was trying to speak earlier, I think.
Go ahead, Supervisor Williams.
Okay.
I would fully support Supervisor Jurdy in this role, and if he were to decline, I would be happy to serve.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I would like to see Supervisor Williams serve as alternate. This is an important committee, and I agree with the comments earlier that Supervisor Brown's done a tremendous job of bringing resources into Mendocino County, in part from her work in CSAC. And I think Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hashjack could do a great job in that role as well.
All right. Any further comment? Supervisor Williams, you'd be willing to accept that?
I would.
Okay. So let's see, we don't have any.
I move the, oh, I'll defer to Supervisor Brown.
Let's see, we don't have any public comment on this. So Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we appoint Supervisor Haschak as the delegate from Mendocino County to the CSAC Board of Directors, and his alternate would be Supervisor Williams.
Second.
Okay, is there any further comment? Okay, hearing none. Clerk of the board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes, and thank you, supervisors, very much. You'll really enjoy and learn a lot from serving. Thank you.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Okay. We're moving on to agenda item number 5A, which is discussion and possible action, including an update associated with various disasters in Mendocino County, including the novel coronavirus COVID-19, and provide possible direction regarding essential services in Mendocino County, operational preparation and response, and associated countywide economic impacts. We only have 30 minutes for this item today, and so because we have a timed item afterwards, so we're going to keep the presentations very brief, and if there's questions, we'll keep them to the point. Okay, so CEO Angelo, would you like to?
Chair Haschak, thank you. I think we could go straight to Dr. Corin, our public health officer, if that's okay with you.
Okay, very good. Dr. Corin.
Yes, thank you, Chair Haschak, Board of Supervisors, and CEO Carmel Angelo. I'll just go on with the report, starting with the data. As of yesterday, November 2nd, we had 3 new cases on that date. The total cases to date at the county is 1179, of which 738 are Latinx community members. We have 50 people in isolation, 111 are quarantined. 1 in the hospital is in rehab, none actually in the county at this point. Our daily average case rate is 4.0, and our testing positivity rate is 3.75. The state's testing positivity rate is 3.2, so it's a little higher. Our deaths remain at 21 since the last time that I spoke here. We have had community outbreaks contained in Round Valley-Calpella and Point Arena, Manchester, and we're working on follow-up for a childcare outbreak that happened in Fort Bragg. Testing results are still pending. We have made it to the red tier, which is a big change since we last talked. So we have fewer restrictions, meaning we are able now to begin indoor worship services. All of these have some restrictions still on them. Indoor restaurants, services, and gyms and fitness centers, as well hospitals and skilled nursing facilities can begin to have in-person inside visitation, which is excellent for their residents. It depends on the skilled nursing facility plans and their test positivity rates. So this is a happy moment for the county to graduate to red. But I just want to make sure that everyone here realize that this is very tenuous. It's not only because we continue to see a case or 2 or sometimes more per day, and that brings us close to the 7-day average, which is the cutoff. And in a small county, even a few cases is very critical. But also the country is starting to feel its second wave, mostly in the Midwest and the southern states, but also in Southern California. We're seeing an increase in cases, and we should be bracing. The state epidemiologic models predict a rise over the next few weeks for California. We do have Halloween voting today, or we had Halloween, and today we have voting, which could cause some small surges. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year holidays are all coming up, and those are a concern. Testing has been a concern. We lost a contract with UCSF, but it won't actually end until I think it's the 14th of November, so we have another few weeks that they extended us. OptumServe at the fairgrounds, original contract was to end in November, but we are engaging the state to develop a new state contract with OptumServe using the new state lab, Perkin-Elmer, and we'll have 2 tracks if we are accepted for our applications. One to continue at the fairgrounds, which is a brick and mortar site, and also we have applied for a travel team, which can be assigned to various places around the county where people cannot make it to our fairgrounds. Diagnostic testing for those with symptoms is going to mostly follow up in our clinics using a product called Binex Now, and that's been distributed, and the protocols for using that and follow-up testing are being worked out. The schools, because we are in the red tier, would be able to open beginning slowly after November 12th. We are collaborating with them. They're being cautious, which I think is worthwhile, developing protocols so there is minimum risk of transmission. If we open the schools while we are in the red tier, they may remain open even if our county is turned back to the purple tier. So it's important to get them open, but it is also important to do it safely and cautiously so that everybody feels comfortable coming back to school. There are parents who don't want to send their children if it's not safe. There are teachers and staff who do not want to return if it's not safe. But I think if we start slowly and gradually, and the Board of Educations and are planning that with the localities, and I think it'll be a good opening. And the important thing is that we can be open for the second semester in the winter for people to graduate. Vaccines are important. We are planning more vaccine clinics. They're being distributed through, of course, the pharmacies, primary care offices, and our clinics. And at this point, we're beginning some working with the state in developing some plans for mass vaccination program for COVID. There hasn't been a COVID vaccine that has been selected by the FDA, but when it is, the California Department of Public Health will also review it for safety. And at this point, we're all collaborating on the best method to distribute. Some of these have technical problems, so it won't be an easy jump. My estimate is that sometime in the spring, we'll probably be ready to begin distributing if all goes well with the testing and the approval of the vaccines. And I will end my report there and open it for any questions.
All right, Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Corrin. After UCSF gave Mendocino County very little notice that they were going to terminate their contract for testing on October 31st, I guess we're all grateful to hear we did receive a 14-day reprieve, so November 14th. Do you anticipate that the second lane, the contract you're talking about, getting a second service from the state in addition to the state fairgrounds that would travel, do you anticipate that that would open up, be in place by November 14th?
On the call today, they were saying, we have negotiations going on tomorrow and further planning, but on the call today with CDPH, they said they're hoping to initiate by beginning to the end of next week. So there may be a gap. You never know about these things, but the plan is for us to be able to cruise into the new traveling team and be able to service the rest of the county for those tests.
All right, are there any other questions for Dr. Corrin?
Sure.
Yeah, Supervisor.
One question from lodging. They've been asking about hot tubs being drained, which is in our frequently asked questions, which seems to be inconsistent with current state guidelines. I wonder if we need to revamp the frequently asked questions.
They're being looked at again, but basically all of the industrial guidance, including lodging, is coming from the state at this point.
Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Corin, I know that the Mendocino County wine growers have renewed their request to delete the final sentence of the liability clause, I guess you could call it. Have you been able to make a determination whether it would be appropriate to delete that sentence, which I believe would put us more closely in line with state requirements?
I have looked at it and received their request, and I've passed that on to County Council. So that is being looked at again.
Thank you. Of course, it is your order, but it would seem appropriate to delete it if it's true that this is an only in Mendocino County requirement. I also wanted to clarify on parks. I believe our order currently does prohibit the opening of the parks. And is that true? And would you need to revise the order in order to allow, well, not parks, but playground facilities, in order to allow playground facilities to reopen? Would that require amending your order?
If it does, I will. I just want to make sure that when it's done safely, and that there is protocols and staff that can service those playgrounds so they stay safe.
Thank you. And currently, the statistics show that our healthcare system has done an excellent job of responding to any illnesses that occur. Our public health team has done a phenomenal job of containing any outbreaks. My belief is, from listening to all the reports over the months from Dr. Duhan and from yourself, whenever any outbreak occurs, our public health professionals and our community partners respond immediately and do all the necessary diagnostic testing as well as surveillance testing. Those outbreaks are brought under control very swiftly. And that's reflected in our hospital utilization statistics, where we have single-digit hospitalizations for over the last 2 months. We've had one person in ICU since the first week of this month. We've had no deaths since the first week of this month. It seems that our healthcare professionals have become very proficient at treating people who have COVID. With all of these positive statistics relating to our healthcare system and our ability to respond to outbreaks and to deliver the necessary medical care to people who are ill, it just seems that there's a disconnect with the state tier system, which doesn't seem to recognize the original purpose of the orders was to allow our healthcare system to prepare. So I wanted to ask, what is the science that supports a case rate of 7 per 100,000 in order to be in the red tier, and a case rate of, I think it's no more than 4 to move to the next tier? Are you aware of these numbers actually being based on science, or are they simply numbers that someone at the California Department of Public Health grabbed out of the air?
They're based on evidence and best practice, and going into an unknown, uncharted territory. I would accept those. They have gotten us this far. We've been able to tamp down the epidemic in our state, which was terrible just a few months ago. And we've been able to tamp it down using these recommendations very well. So there's not the kind of data you might have in treating a well-known illness. But there's plenty of data at the epidemiological level, and the California Department of Public Health is who I depend upon as the experts.
Well, could we make the science and data public that supports the state tier system?
Do you mean the research itself?
Well, you said that these numbers are based on science and data. It seems that should be publicly available.
It probably is. If you want to talk to the folks at the California Department of Public Health, they have probably oodles of data. I don't have access to them, and I'm not familiar with that data as your public health officer.
Well, you have a better line to them than I do. Perhaps you could request it of them.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you. I have one more comment, Mr. Chair. We've heard from the public again about the impact of this COVID and our response to it on public comment, and you frequently cite the difficulty in receiving public comment as a reason not to take action on agenda items before us. We really are doing a disservice to the public if we don't come up with a more effective way of allowing the public to have meaningful participation in our agenda items. So I wonder if there's anyone who can speak to the issue of when, if ever, is it planned that we will have either improved ability of the public to comment to our agenda items, or a return to the board meeting in open session with social distancing and all the other appropriate protocols in place. Thank you.
All right. Would CEO Angelo like to respond to that last question?
Chair Haschak, thank you. Yes, I will. I can tell you that the clerk staff, after every board meeting, debrief on the issue around public expression. There have been multiple changes over the months in trying to support and improve public expression, and we're still in that process. I would also say that the goal is that we could reopen the board chamber in January. At this point in time, we've heard from Dr. Corin, and what we know is that there are parts of California, and certainly parts of the United States, but let's just focus on California right now, that are beginning the fall surge. And I can also say that I chair a Purple County CAO group. We will be meeting again tomorrow, looking at the epidemiology and the data around the tiers. And what I know is that the number of counties that are in purple changes almost every week. We've gone from 18 to 9 to 12 or 13. I don't know what we will be. The governor is not coming out with this data until tomorrow due to the election today. And in talking with Dr. Corin, in talking with my colleagues, certainly with the cities that have closed their chambers as well, we would like to get through this fall season before we open up the board chamber. So at this point, I would also like to say that the 5 of you have stayed safe. And I think that that has been the work that you have all done in order to socially distance and mask. And we have not had an outbreak in the executive office. We have had outbreaks throughout the county system with county staff, and unfortunately, we've had 1 death. So anyway, at this point, the goal is to keep the chamber closed through the fall season and to reopen the chamber in January. Regarding public expression, I don't think there's anyone that disagrees that we would like to have a smoother process. Part of it is the technology, and the other piece of that is attempting to do public comment virtually. So again, I will tell you after this meeting, clerk staff will debrief again on how we could do it better. Thank you.
And I'd just like to add to that, I think that in all of our agenda meetings, that's one of the topics that continually comes up, how can we do it better? And public expression is the key to a democratic process. So we are trying and looking at whatever we can, whatever options we might have. And so thank you for bringing that up. Are there any further questions for Dr. Corin?
One last comment, Chair. I'd like to support Supervisor McCallan's request that we try to be more transparent about the data the state is using in the decision making. Not that I necessarily disagree with it, but I think we get a lot of questions from the public. Why is this and this tier? Why is there a restriction? And the answer to date has been the state has told us so. And so it makes sense to ask the state to give us the data that supports those restrictions and the timing and the schedules and release it. I don't want to put unnecessary load on Dr. Corin. Should the board also be pursuing a release of this information?
I think CEO Angelo has something to say about this.
Thank you, Chair Haschak. My role with the California Association of County Executives, I am on a call with Dr. Galley once a week and sometimes twice a week. I can say that I have no doubt that CDPH really has done their homework. They are using epidemiology in order to come out with their data, their statistics, and certainly their tiers. I appreciate the desire of this board to be more transparent with the state process, and I agree with that. And in support of Dr. Corin and this board, I have a call, I believe it's tomorrow afternoon again, with the Rural County Caucus and Dr. Galley. And I will specifically ask during that caucus meeting about the state process, the data, how they use their science to come up with the data with the tiers. And in support of this board and Dr. Corin, I will do everything I can to try to get additional information that this board could put on our website to be more transparent to the public. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for Dr. Corin? Okay, hearing none, hopefully we'll move on quickly with this. Are there, Sheriff Kendall, or do you have anything to say about any of the enforcement issues?
Thank you, Supervisor Haschak, members of the board. Over the last week, especially in the coast, things have been pretty good. We've had 4 contacts. We've had no calls for service, and no citations were written in the past 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, John Martyr.
Good morning, Supervisor Haschak. This is Becky Emery with our DOC manager. Unfortunately, SIU investigator or Chief Investigator Martyr was not available to join us. He did send me his report, and they've had 6 calls for service, 2 that they've handled internally, 3 that have gone to code enforcement, and 1 for the city of Ukiah. They've issued no violations regarding any of these. All 6 were masking violations to be addressed, and they did education in each of these instances.
All right, very good, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Darcy Antle. Is there anything, Deputy CEO, would you like to add about the fiscal update?
Deputy CEO, in order to keep things tight and on track for you today, I'll report out that the total hours on the COVID response are over 87,000. 14,653 of those hours are overtime. We continue to monitor these hours and consider the fiscal impact. Also, for the fire response, we're close to 6,000 total hours with 1,619 in overtime. Our largest projects, obviously, is the Great Plains project. If that project continues, which we expect it to continue until January 7th, we would be spending well over $6 million for food and food insecurities during this pandemic. Also, the housing security is another top issue for us, and we continue to monitor all other emergency protective measures being taken for the COVID and the fire response. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for any of those people? Okay, very good. Thank you all for your work on the COVID, and it sounds like things are going as smoothly as possible right now. Okay, so thank you. We will move on. And the next item is item 5B. Oh, I was supposed to look for public comment on that last 5A. There aren't any public comments that I have, so. Okay, any motion or action from the board? Hearing none, we will move on. Item 5B is discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of ordinance to repeal and replace chapter 6.20 of the Mendocino County Code regarding licensure of tobacco retailers. And this is hard timed for 10/15. So.
Chair Hashtag?
Yes.
I would suggest taking another item as this item is hard timed for 10:15.
Okay, I was looking for other items and I don't see any that could really fit it. Maybe we could go to the supervisor reports right now. Or is there a CEO report today?
Chair Hashtag, not today. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a legislative platform report?
Not today, Chair Hashtag.
Okay, very good. Let's go to supervisor reports then. All right, so Supervisor Brown, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I just grabbed the right note.
Okay, very good.
I would like to report that I attended an Upper Russian River Water Managers meeting, and we did have the State Water Resources Control Board in attendance talking about the Russian River watershed and what they're looking at and the monitoring that they are doing. I think I have brought up in the past a number of times about my concern about this drought weather, and doesn't look like a lot of rain is in the forecast as we move forward into the winter. So very concerned about that, and so is the State Water Resources Control Board and the use of water within our watershed. And if any of you have gone to Lake Mendocino, it's beginning to look like a mud puddle. And it's no laughing matter, although I did have a little chuckle. It's actually very, very serious. That just lets off the stress that I'm feeling about the potential for a drought like 13-14. I attended a meeting, Area Agency on Aging, and we had a couple of the contracts that we approved. And I'd just like to say to my colleagues, I hope Dan Jurdy, Supervisor Jurdy, has been my alternate. This is a wonderful program for the funding coming from the state that provides our senior centers with funding to put on their meals, both delivered and congregate meals within the centers themselves when they can do that again. And actually, the biggest contractor with Area Agency on Aging is Redwood Coast Seniors. So I've sat on that since I've come on the board, and hopefully there will be someone that will step up and continue the work, because it is, I believe, really important for us. So I also wanted to add that we had a LABCO meeting on Monday, yesterday, and we did go over a number of matters. We didn't have any public hearings or workshop items, but we did discuss some of the work plans as we go into the future. But the policy and procedures committee came forward with a recommendation on how to handle inactive applications, and that was passed. I believe that probably Supervisor McCowan might want to chime in on that. We also looked at the agreement that LAVCO has with the County of Mendocino for information services, and also to provide GIS and televised meeting support. The contract was approved. Supervisor McCowan may have some more comment to do with that as well. We did get an update on the special district member election. We have the particular seats open right now, the district seats, so election process will be going forward and be completed, I believe, by the end of November. Then also, LAVCO had a horrible situation dealing with their website. There was an outage with their provider, and they actually lost everything. And so we've had to entirely rebuild our website. But it is up and running and appears to be more user-friendly than what we had in the past. So upcoming meetings, I do want to let everyone know that I was contacted by FEMA Intergovernmental Affairs out of Washington, D.C., and I will have a 10:30 a.m. Phone call with their representative, and that will be tomorrow. Again, I've got a short time left on this board, and I don't know, Supervisor Haschek, if you if you're available for 10:30 tomorrow, and if you are, I'd like you to join us, and I can send you the information. Also, for at least 3 of us serving on the Board of Supervisors, and I think you're aware, the Upper Russian River Water Agency will have a board meeting, and it will be tomorrow evening, 5 p.m., and they have some pretty big items on their agenda talking about consolidation. So I invite my colleagues, because there's three of us, to listen in. And that would be Supervisor Williams, Supervisor McCowan, and myself. If you need the information on it, you can go to the Willow County Water District website and be able to get the full agenda. But I certainly invite you, the ones impacted, running from through the Ukiah Valley, we should at least be listening in so we're kept updated. And I also am encouraging all of you to continue to look for willing individuals to serve on these special district boards. I believe we will have a group of potential appointments coming up before us at our next meeting. And I think all of you know that to do those appointments in lieu of election, it must be done in November. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Brown. And yes, I can attend that meeting tomorrow. So
thank you, and I'll send you the information, sir.
Very good. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask that the board set as a priority review of a draft Phase 3 cannabis cultivation ordinance. As we all know, originally Phase 3 was projected to begin January 1st of this year. By action of the board, that has now been delayed to April 1st of next year. And given the timelines for any ordinance to move through the process, it's clear to me that the April 1st deadline will not be met. So unless we have a fairly aggressive schedule for getting that item on our board agenda, it'll be pushed back further and further. So if the board truly supports moving forward with phase 3, which we have said we do, and if we would like that to be in place early enough next year for it to be meaningful, again, I request that we would give direction that getting that item on the agenda be prioritized so that once planning and building submits a draft, ideally it would be placed on the next available agenda rather than be stacked in line behind multiple other items. So that's my request, is to prioritize consideration of a draft phase 3 ordinance as a priority item.
Mr. Chair, I believe we're on supervisor reports at this point. I would just suggest any direction to staff be for an appropriately agendized item.
Well, during supervisor reports, agenda items can be requested, and that's what I am doing. It's not to discuss the item. It's just to see if there is support for that being a priority agenda item. Thank you.
Anything else, Supervisor McCowan?
That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Haschak?
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
Procedurally, when and how would you like me to voice support for Supervisor McCowan's request for a future agenda item?
Let's go to County Council on that.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, if the board would like to have an item to discuss cannabis and timing of phase 3, the board could certainly indicate at this point that they want that on the next agenda. However, the discussion of the merits and in sort of any direction to staff really needs to come during the agendized item rather than during the supervisor's reports itself.
Okay, very good. So we will.
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. However, County Council, without discussing the merits of the item, is it not true that board members could be polled to see if they support having such an item as a priority with no discussion of the merits?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, County Council.
So certainly the board can discuss whether or not they want to discuss this on the next agenda. The issue would be more, if I had understood, we were getting into a question of directing staff to prioritize their workload, which is something that really ought to be in the substance of the agendized item rather than simply a discussion as to whether to add an item to the next agenda.
Okay. So I will work with the clerk and see if we have any space available for that on our next meeting. Okay. Supervisor Jurdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since our last board meeting, the retirement board had its monthly meeting. We have a special meeting tomorrow, and we'll have 2 meetings this month. We also, since our last meeting, had a Transportation Planning Board MCOG, and you might want to report more on that. There were 2 projects discussed in some detail that are in the 3rd district, one in Round Valley, one in Willits. And let's see, Sonoma Clean Power meets again this Thursday for this month's meeting. And just as a follow-up to last month's meeting, there was a discussion at Sonoma Clean Power of some grant funds that Sonoma Clean Power was making available for fire recovery victims and communities recovering. I followed up with Sonoma Clean Power staff and Patty Bruder from North Coast Opportunities and Darcy Antle from the CEO's office. And the result was a $10,000 allocation by Sonoma Clean Power towards the Caring Kitchen program here in Mendocino County. So It's those little things that we do following up on our meetings that sometimes make sure the resources come back to Mendocino County when we serve on these boards. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Hey, Supervisor Williams.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, and I didn't mean to interrupt. Supervisor Jurdy, you're our chair of general government. Do you want to just announce our change in time for tomorrow's meeting?
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. We have moved our general government meeting to 1:30 on Wednesday. So we'll be meeting 1:30 tomorrow in the afternoon.
Very good. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just two items I want to talk about. Cannabis. Supervisor Haschek and I are on the Cannabis ad hoc. I want to tell you that it's going well and we're making progress, but I really feel like the progress we're making is documenting impossibility. And I think there is more urgency for next steps. We're still trying to work with CDFA and find a solution. One has not been found yet. I think it's a very small chance that we're going to find a way to get state licenses awarded, and phase 3 may be the shorter path. And then on Measure B, we're coming up on 3 years. We don't have a credible plan at this point. We don't have cost estimates. We're working, almost every day on trying to get clarity, and it's just troubling. We're about where we should have been 3 years ago, and this will come up later, and so we'll get into it when discussion allows. But I think we need to step back and instead of just looking at the small details, look at the big picture that organizationally this model isn't working.
All right. And with the cannabis, I still, Supervisor Williams and I, with county staff, have a meeting with the top people at CDFA on Thursday, and we're also bringing in the Office of Research and Planning, or Planning and Research, which is a clearinghouse for the CEQA. And so hopefully they can bring in a new outlook or point of view on this and help us, because it seems like we've been kind of at loggerheads for a few meetings, and hopefully we'll be able to look at this with a new perspective, because like Supervisor Williams said, we aren't making the progress that we were hoping for. And so with that, I did attend the Museum Advisory Board, and we do, there are some openings on that board. I met with Congressman Huffman when he was touring the August and the Oak fires. We met at CAL FIRE, and certainly they were impressed, or they expressed their appreciation of how the evacuation of the Oak fire went, and the collaboration between the Sheriff's Department, CAL FIRE, the Sherwood Firewise, the Sherwood Fire Department, the Willits PD and Little Lake Fire Departments all working together. And so that was it was a successful event, and Representative Huffman was certainly impressed. There are a lot of concerns about cannabis grows that are out there in rangeland and other places that have been affected, burnt by the August fire and this Oak fire, which possibly was started by a cannabis grow, illegal cannabis grow. And so there's a lot of concern out there about what they're finding and the environmental damage done by those. Let's see, the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee met with CDFA, and we also met with CDFW about the pilot program for the sensitive species reviews and the scope of work for bringing on a biologist. Hopefully we will be able to bring that biologist on as soon as possible. And, we can't waste time And so we're hoping within the month, in a perfect world, it would be in the next few weeks that we'd have a biologist in place dedicated to Mendocino County. I also had a meeting with the Latinx community and talking about health equity. Supervisor Williams and I attended a meeting a planning session about the Whitmore Lane. And that was very inspiring for plans that could really benefit people in our community. I'm the commissioner on the first 5 committee or council, and we offered the executive director position to Julie Featherston, and she accepted. Let's see, the Measure B, Supervisor Williams and I are on the ad hoc. We've had a couple meetings, and we also attended the Measure B meeting. We'll be talking more about that later in items 5C and 5D. I attended the LAMAC. Let's see, Supervisor Williams and I met with Assemblymember Wood to talk about some of our issues with the state, and he was positive in offering help, but at this point we don't know exactly how that might look. Okay, and we had an MCOG meeting yesterday, and that was it. So with that, we're 3 minutes away from this hard timed item. So why don't we take a 3-minute break, and then we'll come back at 10:15. All right. 5B. And since I sponsored this item originally, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Vice Chair Jurdy.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hashak. So this item is sponsored from the County Health and Human Services Agency along with County Council, and it is discussion of possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 6.20, the Mendocino County Code regarding licenses of tobacco retailers, has to do with flavored tobacco products. And so who's going to lead off? It was brought forward by Charlotte Scott in County Council's office and Jenny Miller. I'm not sure which of them are going to be presenting this, or it will be Supervisor Hashak.
I believe it's someone from County Council's office or Health and Human Services.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd ask if Assistant County Counsel Charlotte Scott could start presenting this item.
Good morning. This is Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for Chair Hashak, Co-Chair Jarity for bringing this direction for this item today from October 6th. The tobacco retail license ordinance, we do have a code section 6.20, which the public health branch has been working over the past few years on bringing forth some amendments. And the main sections that I'll go over, the main changes initially included addressing some changes in state law that is already in effect. In particular, changes to the Stake Act, which addresses the minimum age for the sale of tobacco products. And recently, there have been some state law changes as to the sale of flavored tobacco products. In preparing and aware of that state law change, Public Health worked on some changes to the law, and the proposed ordinance, the repeal and replace that you have in front of you, addresses these changes in state law and clarifies some of the portions of our ordinance that needed further clarifications, in particular addressing suspension, termination, and revocation of licenses and associated penalties and fees on violation of some of the state laws. And so the main point that the board brought this item forward was related to the sale of flavored tobacco products. The proposed ordinance follows with many other municipalities in the state and the state law to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products. And so our current draft includes that prohibition. And it also addresses some of the questions that the board had raised at the last meeting addressing this topic. For example, Supervisor McCowan had raised a question about whether the sale of electronic devices such as vaping devices prohibited for youth, and currently that is addressed in this ordinance, and it is also a violation of state law. So as you go through the sections, you'll see, for example, 6.20015 adds the sale of flavored tobacco products and prohibition of that. Section 6.20080 addresses violation of any state law is also a violation of this ordinance. And so that will incorporate the changes in state law that we're seeing and that addresses that question that Supervisor McCowan had last month. Supervisor Jarity, you had also raised a question about the historical marketing of cigarettes individually to children, and the current ordinance and this proposed repeal and replace does address that loophole. There are no loopholes as to selling individual to youth. And so I can address any other questions you have, go through any other sections. If you have any other questions, we also have the department. I believe we have the supervisor of the program, Tina Tyler O'Shea, on the line. We also have Janine Miller, Assistant Director, Health and Human Services.
Okay, thank you. Would either Tina Tyler O'Shea or Janine Miller like to speak?
You're muted.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you this morning. I also had some answers for the questions that Supervisor Williams brought up during the last meeting regarding online sales. So first of all, in September 2019, Governor Newsom signed the Senate Bill 39, which reduces illegal online sales of tobacco to youth. As it reads, a tobacco product must be delivered only in a container that is conspicuously labeled with the words contains tobacco. A person 21 or older must sign for a receipt of that delivery. I can provide the full materials if you would like. I have a fact sheet related to that. One thing lastly that I wanted to say on that specific item is that we locally can't control what people buy online, but we do have the ability to set local policies that protect people within our community. Tobacco Free North Coast, in partnership with our department, conducted a tobacco buy survey on Friday, October 30th, just last week, between 11:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. This was done within the unincorporated areas of Ukiah and the surrounding area. 16 stores were surveyed. 6 of them sold tobacco to our 18-year-old young person that was conducting the survey. That was a sale rate of 37.5%. Right here. I want to add that the Tobacco Retail License Ordinance has a built-in enforcement piece, and that is these buy surveys. Our staff, Community Wellness, works with the retailers to educate them on their role in keeping tobacco out of the hands of youth. The intention is not to catch somebody selling. The intention is that they wouldn't. The buy surveys are conducted twice a year, and the store owners and managers and employees, in my experience, they're more likely to check IDs when they think that a young person might be in a sting. That's all I have. Do you have any further questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What happened with those 37%? What happened to the stores that sold against state law?
It would depend on the number of previous violations on each store, and I'm not sure what stores sold. I just have the report at this time. The first time a store violates, it is a notice. They get a notice and an education packet that someone in their store had sold. And then the penalties increase each time a store violates.
And
Chair Hashak.
I read the report yesterday, and if I remember correctly, I think the state average was something around 17%.
Yes.
Right, and ours was 37% in this one case.
Yes, correct.
One operation. Right. I'd just like to say thank you to all the people who are working on this, and I appreciate the letter from Assemblymember Wood and Dr. Corrin, both very supportive of this ordinance update.
I do have a question. Tina, the city of Fort Bragg, when they participated in this program, joined it several years ago, the one request I remember they made was, I may have been the city council at the time, was that that when the sting takes place, that the stores be notified within, I think, 24 hours. It was a short time period, maybe it was 48 hours. And the reason for that was that store owners and managers may not want this to take place, but have an errant, employee do it. And by notifying the store owner quickly after it happens, they can be sure that they still have video footage of the incident so they can take action with the employee. And I know that some will actually just terminate the employee if they have proof, but if they don't have that proof with the video footage. So I'm just wondering, and you may not have the answer right now, but I'm just hoping that we're getting back to these stores really quickly after this thing.
Yes, there is a tight timeline to get back in touch with the stores. They're also part of the paperwork that is included with these buy surveys is the exact date and time and a description or name of the store clerk if there's a name tag available. And so we do include that information as well.
Are there any other questions from board members? Okay. Is there anyone else from staff that's presenting on this? Okay. Do we have any public comments in this item?
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas Pearson, and yes, we do.
Okay. Can we go to them?
First on the line is Karen. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Chair Hashak and Supervisors. My name is Karen Osland, and I'm a resident of the 3rd District. I'm also currently Vice Chair of the County of Mendocino Tobacco Coalition, a group of citizens who meet regularly and work on tobacco education and cessation projects, including strategies to keep tobacco out of the hands of kids. I want to thank you for considering adoption of this ordinance at a very challenging time when there are so many competing interests, particularly related to public health. We know that vaping is the nicotine delivery method of choice for young people. The 2018-19 California Healthy Kids Survey found that 21% of 9th graders in Willits, where I live, report that they currently use electronic cigarettes. Flavored tobacco products with flavors like watermelon lemonade lure children who may not even understand that these devices deliver nicotine at all, let alone in very concentrated doses that are quick paths to addiction. On August 28th, the California legislature adopted Senate Bill 793, ending the retail sale of flavored tobacco products in the state of California. This law was signed by the governor and takes effect January 1st. However, tobacco companies have already begun collecting signatures for a referendum to overturn the law. Having an updated TRL in effect in Mendocino County will guard against the reintroduction of flavored tobacco products in the event that SB 793 is overturned at a later date. Additionally, the proposed county ordinance contains a licensing requirement and fee structure to pay for local enforcement of the ordinance. An updated tobacco retail licensing ordinance will help address youth vaping, which is an indicator of long-term tobacco use with lifelong health implications. Although certainly some youth will still find ways to obtain vaping supplies, surely we should use the tools in our control to keep tobacco out of the hands of our kids. Let's take action to keep nicotine out of the hands of our kids. I encourage your support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Next on the line is James Allison. You can begin speaking.
Are they on mute?
No, he's not muted.
This is James McCubbery. I'm not sure if you can hear me. If it's me you're waiting for.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, well, I just on behalf of Larry Olson, who I'm not sure is on the line today because I think he was planning to be at working at a polling station today, as he's the chair of the Tobacco Free Coalition in Mendocino County, and wanted me to make sure to thank you for all of the work that you've done on this project. And we've heard a lot of testimony already. I can't say anything more that's already been said. But I did also want to make a point of clarification about the tobacco buying survey that we conducted on Friday the 30th. That was, in fact, just a survey. There was no enforcement intended or conducted during that survey. So we just wanted to get a realistic perspective of how easy it is for kids to get tobacco. And we followed a similar protocol to your standard enforcement operations conducted by local law enforcement or by the Stake Act peace officers from the Food and Drug Branch, California Department of Public Health. So anyway, nobody got in trouble on Friday. All of those results will be kept anonymous. And we also want to thank the 2/3 of merchants that didn't sell tobacco and appropriately carded the youth decoy. And I'll be on the line if there are any questions for me later on. Thank you.
Chair Haschak, I have a question for this speaker.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Jurdy. Why are we keeping this anonymous?
Because this is not an enforcement operation. If the sheriff were to request that data, I think we can give it to them, but we're not out to penalize anybody or embarrass anybody. The point of this survey was just to help answer previous questions to see whether in fact kids were able to obtain tobacco from local retailers.
Understood. And I appreciate the effort that went into the survey. I hope our sheriff does follow up. The results are truly unacceptable.
Okay, do we have another speaker?
Next on the line is Mr. Tim Henry.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having this item and for looking at this ordinance. Thank you, Supervisor Haschak, for your communication during time. I am principal at Laytonville High School in northern Mendocino County, and wanted to weigh in on this because it was a huge issue last year when we still had students at school. I just wanted to share a couple things, and that is that it's, I think, really important to ban these flavored tobacco products because the kids, they just like to the taste of them, and then they get hooked on them, and they can't stop using them, and they are like having to leave class just to get their fix, and it's extremely addictive. I don't know if the board can actually see any pictures. It looks like I'm just a blank thing there. I don't have any control over my camera, but I have a whole basket of confiscated devices here. Everything from cool melon, banana ice, sour apple, gummy ring, these little disposable vape products here that, are being sold in, larger communities, Willits and Ukiah. Students tell me that people over 21 go and buy these in large amounts and then send them to, middlemen at the high school who double the price on them and make a little money and have a few of these devices. Each one of these little sticks contains up to 300 puffs, several packs of cigarettes, and sometimes the kids will go through a couple of them a day. And, we've had kids get so spun out that, we've had to seek medical attention. They're this is a very dangerous thing, and we need to ban all the flavored tobacco, even if they don't sell to people who are under 21. Older and near peer type people can go and buy them and redistribute them. We just need to get these things out of the county and keep them from being sold. So please, I hope that there's a unanimous vote from the board on this item. Only one other comment. I would say that I heard earlier that they said that the enforcement only happens twice a year. Is that correct? On these stings?
That's what we've heard, yes.
Okay. That seems like a fairly predictable and not very often in terms of enforcement. It would be great to see more enforcement more often. Because if they've come through a couple times already, you can pretty much guarantee that, it's not an issue. And I have to say, no offense to people who are reputable, but some of the shops that I've seen seem a little shady. And it would be great to be on top of them so that they know. I also want to give a shout out to Mark Ferreira, who has done great education in this area and did surveys with students. And that was one of the ways that we found out that we had, a majority of our students who were using these things, and, many students who are using them on a regular basis. There was a point when he did a survey last year where he found that one particular grade level, 90% of the students had tried it. And that's just a mind-blowing figure. And I think exemplifies how common and how big of an issue this is. Now, I have to say it hasn't been in my face this year because students are doing distance learning. So I'm not really in touch with what's going on out there and whether students are still consuming these products. I have no way to say, but I think that this looks like a really good a retail ordinance, and I hope you guys pass this. Thank you very much. And do you have any questions for me?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Henry. Do we have another speaker?
We did have one other person register, but they are not on the line.
All right.
Okay, Chair Hashak.
If you're ready for a motion, I'm ready to move to waive the first reading of the ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 6.20 for the Mendocino County Code regarding licensure of tobacco retailers.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Not hearing any. Can we have a roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Brown?
Absolutely, yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
And Chair Jurdy? Vice Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right. Well, thank you, Vice Chair Jurdy. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 5C, Discussion and possible action regarding presentation to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the update on October 5, 2020. And we will go to, is it Dr. Miller?
Good morning, everyone. I am going to hand it off to our project manager, Allison Bailey, to give the update for the Mental Health Treatment Act. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. Good morning.
Hello, Chair Hashtag. Thank you for hearing me today. So, yeah, we have a lot to do with Measure B this morning, it seems. So I'll be brief with this. As far as the projects go, the Behavioral Health Regional Training Center is on hold presently, but stable. The facilities and fleet have the bid information documents ready to go in order to hire somebody to do the remodel. And the MOU is in process with the Sheriff's Department, since we share the property with them. We've also recently worked with Information Services to figure out what needs to be a part of that building in business in order for it to attract and also serve the people who would be using it. As far as the CRT, which is a crisis residential treatment facility, we have completed the bidding for construction. And out of the 4 people who bid, all of them came in under budget, which was excellent. We are in the process of developing an award letter, and we'll bring that before the Board of Supervisors on the 17th of this month, so your next meeting. Regarding fiscally, year-to-date expenses, according to our auditor, Mr. Lloyd Weir, the capital account is at $730,381. The smaller account, the operations or services, is $317 and $813. For a total of $1,048,194. Year-to-date interest is at $302,471. Our balance for the capital account is $14,220,928. Balance for operations and services is $4,665,957, and that's a total of $18,886,000 and 884. And as far as the prudent reserve, which is at 6.85%, they're currently at $1,253,000. Or $253,558. As far as the administrative aspect of Measure B goes, we are very lucky to have been given some time with Andrea, who is the primary fiscal person for Human Services, as well as Dustin Thompson, who is the liaison for Human Services. So the flow of information is much smoother currently. And that is all I have for that report.
All right. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Allison, maybe you could just give us a little more background on the draft Mental Health Treatment Act Measure B reports. Did this go to the Measure B committee, or is it going to us for final adoption? What's sort of the schedule for this?
Oh, sure, and that's I think the next item. But the draft did go to the Measure B committee for review. so that they saw it first and were able to comment on it. And now we will discuss it today. I don't know how long we have on the item, but I definitely have some goals that I'd like to share as far as what I'm hoping to get out of this conversation. But again, that's the next item. I'm not sure how far we can get into it on this on 5C.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We do have a public comment. Let's see. Item is Ms. McGordy on the line?
Yes, she is.
Okay, good morning, Ms. McGordy. You're muted.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yes, yes, I have comments regarding the next item. I don't know if you want me to present them now.
Oh, no, why don't we wait? I have you listed for both 5C and 5D.
Great. And then I did have a question regarding the presentation to Measure B committee that that the project manager just mentioned, and I wondered if the Measure B committee had actually voted on the next item to present to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, so is that a question to the project manager?
Well, it's a question, yeah. It's a question for whoever can answer it that I think your board should, know.
Okay.
May I, Chair Asher?
Yeah.
Okay. No, they did not. They did not vote on whether or not to approve the draft to go to the board. I was told that it would not necessarily be something that needed to be voted on.
Okay. All right. Does that answer your question, Ms. McGordy?
She's been moved back to the waiting room. That was the conclusion of her comment for this item.
Okay. So let's see. Is there any action that needs to be taken on this? No.
Chair Haschek, should we ask the Measure B oversight to approve this as Jan McGordy has recommended?
They're just approving the report that Allison just gave.
Yeah, would it be helpful to know if they agree or see any corrections that need to be made?
Well, I think that Ms. McGordy might have been talking about what's going to be presented in item 5D. I think that's part of the confusion here. And so why don't we wait until 5D and see if that's the issue. And we can talk about the draft strategic plan. All right? Okay, so if that's all right with you, okay? So we'll move on since there's no action needed. We'll move on to item 5D, which is discussion and possible action regarding the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee draft strategic plan and Measure B projects. So again, the sponsor is the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee. And Allison?
Yes, thank you, project manager for Measure B, Allison Bailey. And I don't know how long we have, but before we begin, I did just I wanted to develop a little foundation and goals for what I'm hoping to gain from this. One, and it was somewhat discussed a little bit yesterday through email is a canonical interpretation of the Measure B language and purpose, which I think has been missing since the beginning. Number two, to of course respectfully argue the merits of each of the Kemper ad hoc and NAMI, BHAB, and behavioral health recommendations. Three, to come away with an action plan for a final draft. And four, possibly to discuss the later phase of funding once all the initial projects and services are underway, including prioritization of residual funds and fiscal oversight by Measure B committee as stated in the measure. And how would you like me to format this as far as the conversation? Do you want to go over everything or certain parts, or what do you think would be best?
Well, I think that as part of the ad hoc committee for the Measure B, Supervisor Williams and I have been looking at the draft strategic plan. And certainly there was a request to have a strategic plan in effect, and that went to the Measure B Oversight Committee. And then there was the ongoing request to have the financial plan. And I think that we had requested that there would be, outside help to come up with the financial plan. The Measure B committee didn't want to go with that. They put it back on you. And so we have this draft strategic plan. And I guess that when Supervisor Williams and I were looking at it, we had quite a few questions that we attached, and it's attached to this item. So could we start with those? Because I guess the crux of it is that without a solid financial plan, it's hard to make the strategic plan and prioritize things without knowing where we're going with it and what the cost will be.
I have the board language, and
so I guess that there were some inconsistencies, and we're just trying to get clarification on them.
Okay.
So like on number...
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Could we have an update on the status of the financial plan? And given that it appears to be separate from the strategic plan, where are we in the process of developing that plan? And and I believe you and Supervisor Williams as the ad hoc are working with staff on that. Am I correct in remembering that? Thank you.
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I think the crux is we're overwhelmed by detail to the point that detail has obscured the overall situation. The overall situation is voters passed Measure B 3 years ago. We didn't have a financial plan at the time it was put before voters. 3 years later, we don't have a financial plan. We don't have a strategic plan. We don't really know what we're doing, but the arrangement of the 11-member oversight committee and the Board of Supervisors is not working. And we can get into the detail here. I have a list of questions but it's really nobody's fault except the overall arrangement is not working. And I think it needs a reorg. We need to rethink how we're doing business here. The people expect the promises made by Measure B will be fulfilled. I don't see us moving in that direction anywhere near quick enough.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I can certainly agree with those comments from my colleague, and I did submit a memo for this item, and it highlights in part what the expectations of the voters were when they voted for this measure. And a big item of discussion, and there was a predecessor measure that failed by a very small number of votes. So there had been an extended community discussion about the nature of this plan and what it was expected to accomplish. And a huge part of the discussion in favor of supporting Measure B was the loss of the previous psychiatric health facility. And I believe that if you were to poll the public, you would find a very high percentage of the people were voting in support of Measure B. And in doing so, they were voting in support of a new psychiatric health facility. A lot of questions have been raised. Do we have enough money to operate that? The strategic plan indicates that it's believed that once constructed, it could be operationally self-sustaining. So we have money piling up, very little forward progress. We are in the process of moving forward with the crisis residential treatment facility, primarily because we had the lure of this $500,000 grant from the state. So we're spending over $5 million to not lose the $500,000. And we've decided to go down that road. But, you know, I think the public looks at all of this and finds it to be very frustrating that the key facility, in addition to the training center, which we know was explicitly provided for, the other thing that they really expected to see was a psychiatric health facility. It's hard to say that we're any closer to that today than we were 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I told people in 2 years, we'll have a facility. So I tend to agree with Supervisor Williams. Maybe we should really focus on what is it we really hope to accomplish with the Measure B funding, and can we take some bold steps to say, this is the direction we need to be going. This needs to be our top priority, maybe our second priority, third priority, and devote the available resources to accomplishing those top priorities instead of having this endless discussion about, well, gosh, we could spend $1 million on this, or we could spend $500,000 on that. Maybe we should focus on delivering what the voters thought they were voting for. Thank you.
Chair Haschek.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think Supervisor McCowan is on the right track there. What if we were to direct Dr. Janine Miller, our Director of Behavioral Health Services, to focus on a PUF, finishing the CRT project that was started, assuming there's money left over, the training center, because that was spelled out in the voter passed ordinance. And then we can, if there's money left on the table, we can come back and decide how to use it in the spirit of Measure B. But get the psychiatric hospital checked off before anything else. Incidentally, Supervisor Haschek and I attended the committee meeting where I asked for ranked priorities. We don't have ranked priorities today. And I think at the 3-year mark, it's appropriate to decide we need to follow the will of the voters. Voters were told they were getting a training center for law enforcement and a psychiatric hospital.
Well, I think that one of the issues that we wanted to know was, in order to come up with this priority list, we need to know what the finances are going to be. And I guess one of the things I'm feeling very frustrated about is that after 3 years, we still don't have reliable numbers. And so it's hard to say, okay, we're going to do a PUF, even though we don't have the numbers. And, you know, we don't know where we're going without being able to have financial justification for this. And so I think when when we made that request to the Measure B committee, that it's frustrating that we're now where Supervisor Williams and I came up with this list of ad hoc questions, because a lot of the numbers don't add up. And so I would like for somehow to get answers to the ad hoc questions about the finances, and then come up with, again, a request for reliable financial picture for the Measure B funds, because these are taxpayer dollars and we need to be strategic with it and go down the right path. I mean, certainly the PUF, the training center, they're both items that the public wanted, but we need to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
May I, Chair Hashtag?
Yeah.
Well, as far as the numbers go, we have Knockton Lewis. We could just give them a budget and say, okay, we have say 12 million to spend, and that includes contingency. Can you come up with a plan to do that for us? We also have, and I don't want to, and bring any extra work on any other agency, but there are agencies within the county who have very talented estimators, much more talented and knowledgeable than myself, and that might be an option.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
Yeah, Chair Haschek, you said that we need to do it the right way. What do you see as the right way?
Well, I think having a strategic plan, but also having the finances backing up that strategic plan and having that laid out. So if we know that the PUF is going to cost 16 million, then we have that information. We can rely on that information. If we think that the training center is going to cost 500,000, yeah, we need to know what those numbers are. The budgetary presentation hasn't been acceptable so far, from what I can see.
And Chair Haschek, how do you see us getting to an acceptable level of detail and credibility?
Well, that's what we asked before of the Measure B Oversight Committee. So maybe the Board of Supervisors just needs to go ahead and demand some, pay for some kind of consultant to do this.
So, and to do this, you mean tell us what will it cost to construct a PUF and what will it cost as a subsidy to operate it? How much is left after we subtract that and the cost of operating the CRT and the training center? Is that right?
The questions that we had presented to the project manager, we don't have a clear picture of what the finances are for Measure B. I see 2,050,000, and then I see in another spot where that same amount is 2,500,000, and it's repeated over 6 years. So, that's like a $3 million mistake or, discrepancy. And so we need to have, a clear picture of what we're doing. And I think that the taxpayers need to know exactly, and we need to be transparent. This is a cost of a PUF. This is a cost for the CRT. This is a cost for the training center. If we're doing these other programs, this is how it's going to cost, and this is how it's going to come together. And we will be able to afford it. Without those numbers, it's very hard to kind of come up with this prioritization of the projects that we want to do.
Chair Haschek?
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Well, you've zeroed in on possibly the biggest question of the ones from the ad hoc. And for that and others, there may or may not be a simple explanation from staff. But most of these questions are really kind of nipping around the edges. And, I do think we should focus on what would it cost to construct a PUF. And I think previous discussion really indicates that a 16-bed regional facility, and a regional facility is what is called for in Measure B, I believe. Oh, no, that was for training. But it makes sense that this would be a regional facility. You get the most economy of scale with 16 beds. So here we are in the strategic plan. We're still asking, well, gosh, should it be 8 beds? Should it be 16? Will it cost $7 million? Will it cost $16 million? We really need to get past that and have clear direction. This is what the board intends to do. I believe if we do decide that this is a priority, and we will not be allocating significant amounts of money for other capital projects or out of the capital money until we get a PUF constructed, we certainly have the money to construct it. The strategic plan indicates that once constructed, it can be self-sustaining. If we can validate that, I think that would be a clear indication that getting a psychiatric health facility constructed and operating should be our first priority at this point, as well as getting the training center up and operating. So again, we might ask staff if they have responses to some of these specific questions that the ad hoc has raised, particularly some of the bigger ticket items. And then I would hope we could move on to what is the real priority for using these funds. Thank you.
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think Supervisor McCowan touches on an important detail here, in that we haven't yet set the priorities. And we've started on a CRT, and now we're saying that the PUF is the number one priority, or maybe the PUF and the training center are the number one. Well, the CRT will have an ongoing expense that's not insignificant. Given that we don't know what it'll take to operate the PUF, we may have to subsidize that. We don't have a contractor telling us they can operate it at no cost to the county. We could find ourselves in a predicament where we've spent our ongoing revenue on supporting a CRT, and we can build a PUF, but we can't operate it. Shouldn't we figure that out first? What does that mean in terms of priorities? I know there will be resistance to halting the CRT, but by not halting it, we're saying the CRT is the number one priority.
May I, Chair Haschak?
Yes.
We have this week the operator for the PUF will be identified. Well, through an RFQ, we might have to do an RFP in addition, but I don't think so. And that will get rid of a lot of the mystery as far as how much it will take to operate a PUF annually. In addition, the week after that, there will be an operator for the CRT chosen. Dr. Miller requested the extra the $500,000 because she was unsure if the operator of the CRT was going to be able to bill for the entirety. It was a safeguard and not an absolute yes. They're going to need this additional amount of money, and so when we speak with this operator after they're chosen within the next 2 weeks, we will again have a much better idea of whether or not that $500,000 is going to be needed annually.
Any other questions or comments or?
Yeah, last call. Overused my turn here. Would the board entertain setting priorities today? Number 1, PUF. Number 2, the Almond Training Center. Number 3, the CRT. Let's see, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I agree that the board should set priorities today, and I don't have any reason to disagree with the prioritization. I think that should come at the end of our discussion, however, and I wanted to respond to one specific point regarding the crisis residential treatment. According to the strategic plan, it's projected that that will need a subsidy of $500,000 per year. The projection from the auditor for ongoing revenue is $2 million a year, and he has that flatlined out to 27-28. It's likely that the revenue will actually increase. Of course, costs will also increase. But the point is, out of $2 million projected ongoing revenue, the CRT is estimated to require a $500,000 subsidy. Again, we need to validate the comments in the strategic plan that a psychiatric health facility could operate at break even. But if it doesn't, there appears to be an additional $1.5 million annual revenue that could be used to subsidize its operation. So again, I think we should have the discussion, and then I totally agree we need to set priorities.
Okay, Supervisor Brown or Jurdy, do you have anything to add?
No, sir, I do not.
I largely agree with what Supervisors Williams and McCowan said about establishing the priorities, but it does sound like we're really fairly close, or staff is fairly close to getting some more firm figures on the operation of the CRT. So, I mean, I'm not sure if we're really altering anything if we take this particular action today, because we're going to find out very soon what the CRT costs to operate.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I can agree with Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, and I think within the next couple of weeks, we'll know more about what the providers out there are thinking about our CRT and PUF. You know, so that will give us more information.
I mean, just generally, I do want to say thank you to Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, and Allison for, what in my mind seems like a much more clear pathway forward than we've seen in some time. So I want to encourage them to keep moving forward and so we can get a better idea of what the budget is, and for both construction and for operations.
Chair Haschek?
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
I would anticipate that staff has prepared a response to most or all of the ad hoc questions. Just a suggestion, but perhaps we could hear from staff on that, then see what public comment we have, and then bring it back to the board.
Right, okay.
Your call.
Sounds good. So staff, do you have any comments about the questions that the ad hoc presented?
I don't. Mostly I am wondering about services. I know that there's been a lot of push kind of away from that, but in the language of the measure itself, it speaks about services multiple times. I put that in the report, and there have been services that were identified by a trio of agencies of NAMI, BHAB, and behavioral health. As they know, the beating heart of the behavioral health system within Mendocino County, and anything that they suggest is going to be the most informed, the most solid suggestions, and are fairly easy to implement over the time and detail it takes in order to construct or rehab a building. And I very much encourage the board to consider putting those forward. Thank you.
Well, as far as the questions that the ad hoc presented, can you commit to giving us a response within the next few days? And
I'm sorry, and just to clarify, that was a list on the first addendum.
right.
Yes, I can do that. I will need help from my coworkers, but yes, I think we can do it.
Okay. And that should be reported back to the Oversight Committee too, I think. Okay.
Chair Haschak, may I add one thing, please?
Yes.
So I just wanted to, I'm looking at your questions, and obviously Allison will need to go through these and respond to them since she wrote the strategic plan. I won't be able to answer those, but I did want to note just a couple of things. My preference, as you know, is a 16-bed facility, as you've heard me say, because of the cost effectiveness of having a larger facility. We can't go over the 16-bed because of the IMD federal exclusion with Institute for Mental Disease, which means we can't bill Medi-Cal for the ages of 22 to 64, which is our biggest hospitalization that we see in Mendocino County, which is why we need to stay within that 16-bed unless we get a facility that's attached to a hospital, which they can then expand the number of beds. They have a different exclusion. So I just wanted to add that. And I did want to add, as I'm listening, that I think for the priority of our three entities, when we talk about NAMI, Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and the Behavioral Health Department, of course, client care is always going to come first. So I know Supervisor William noted PUF, Training Center, and CRT. And I'm not saying no. I just think from us, our priority would be PUF, CRT, and then Training Center, because client care will always be the number one thing for us. So we're always going to say client care comes first. I know there's a lot of questions on whether we can afford a psychiatric health facility, and can we do that without incurring additional cost? It happens every day in the state of California if they're run right. So that really depends on, can we get a provider in Mendocino County that can bill and keep their beds full to be able to operate and cover their own cost. And that will be a huge thing that we will have to find a good provider to do. If we're not able to find a provider that can do that and be solvent like other private companies can be, then yes, there could be a requirement that we have to put some Measure B funds in to make that facility whole. So there are options out there. We have to find a good provider who's willing to come to Mendocino County and do that for us. So thank you.
Chair Haschak.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Dr. Miller, I know you've given that example of other facilities being run at no subsidy. I guess my question is, in the example that we were given several years ago of Ortner, they had, as I understood it, 3 facilities very close to each other of 16 beds each. So they presumably had staff that was shared among those 3 facilities. And so when you look at other examples of no subsidy facilities, are they in communities where the ownership just has one facility? So in Mendocino County's case, there would, I believe, be no other similar facility in the county where they could share staff resources, unless it's perhaps associated with a hospital that may have other staff that they can shuffle between facilities. So I guess I'm just kind of curious, what are examples that you're aware of where there's just a single PUF unit under one ownership in that county?
So there are a couple different things. Sometimes counties operate them. That is not the best model. Counties are not usually the best business model for operating a PUF, so you're going to want to look at more of a privately run. There's been a couple that started out with one facility in the Shasta County area and then expanded to 2 facilities in different parts of their county. And so you'll see that model has happened. There's also models. Ortner does not have 3 psychiatric health facilities. Ortner has a psychiatric health facility, an MHRC, mental health rehab center, and then some boarding care facilities. So it's not always that an entity comes in and runs just a psychiatric facility or has multiple psychiatric facilities, and that's how they afford it. Sometimes they come in and have other mental health options within the community, and then they're able to share some of their resources that way. Generally, I don't see a lot of staff sharing, maybe some psychiatric, a psychiatrist sharing. or kitchen, sharing their kitchen so that they can have one main kitchen that serves a couple of the different facilities. So you can see it done a variety of different ways. So it could be someone that is operating our CRT, for an example, could come in and run our crisis residential treatment and also run a PUF potentially and share some resources, as long as we don't hit the Medi-Cal billable issue that can happen, which is why Ortner, if you look at Ortner's facilities, they're all actually named differently. They're not run all by Ortner. They have different licenses and they're kind of their own operating businesses, but they all go into the Willow Glen Care System. So there are some, when you go into different counties where you'll see one PUF that really runs itself, but a lot of times they start to expand and do other services, or they do other services already. The Crestwoods are really big. Telecare is really big. They have multiple providers throughout multiple counties, and so they're able to kind of share. So it just depends. Crestwood can go into another county and share through telehealth. Now that there's a lot of telehealth options for psychiatry and stuff, they can have on-site staff and do some of their higher level needs through telehealth and other resources. So there are models out there and ways to do it.
All right. Supervisor Williams.
The people set the priorities when they passed Measure B. A1, a psychiatric facility. A2, a regional behavioral health training facility. Shouldn't we check off those two that were explicit in the ordinance before we continue? Irrespective if we have better ideas or this wasn't the best plan, this is what voters passed.
So Supervisor William, I agree with you, but 1A actually says psychiatric health facility and other behavioral health facilities. So it doesn't just say psychiatric health facility, it says psychiatric health facility and other behavioral health facilities. 2 is the training center. I think we get stuck on psychiatric health facility, and not saying that that's not our priority, because I noted that as being number 1, but we seem to somehow forget that it says psychiatric health facility and other behavioral health facilities, and then 2, the training center. And I'm not saying the training center is not important. There's a lot of reasons why the training center has been needed, and why we need more trainings throughout our community and our region. But you're always going to hear me talk about client care first, because that's the most important. We have to take care of the people in our community, and the best way to do that is by having services and facilities. And training is an added component. So I don't want to say I'm not advocating for training, but in my world, it would be number 3, because I want to take care of the other people in our community first.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. And Dr. Miller, thank you for that statement. I fully support it.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment now. So is Ms. McGordy on the line? Ms. McGordy. Welcome.
Good morning. Yes, hello?
Yes, you're on.
Yes, thank you. So my comments address the strategic plan, which was your agenda item. I mean, I have lots of comments about your discussion, but I'm focusing on that. The strategic plan was very disappointing. First, because most of the narrative was on the training center, which in my opinion should be a low priority, especially since nobody can get together to meet and train now. It was listed as an approved thing, but many of the details were not approved. For example, the gun locker. This was recommended by Measure B, but never forwarded to your board. An armory that's solely for the purpose of weapons has nothing to do with behavioral health and shouldn't be funded by Measure B funds. Second, in the strategic plan was mentioned the crisis residential treatment facility, which is soon to be under construction. A lot of information is available regarding this item, but it was not included in this document. Most notably excluded was the timeline that was created by Nocton Lewis when they were interviewed initially. And if you remember, the presentation on this item was cut short on your previous agenda, and this document would have been a good place to pick up and give you those details. Finally, there was no focus on services aside from the mobile outreach. that could prevent escalation of conditions that result in mental health breakdowns, which results in the need for critical care, which is what we're talking about is so costly. And in addition, prevention is very important for preventing suicide, which has increased dramatically in this county this year. So in conclusion, there's no reference to Kemper's professional recommendation, not to mention the recommendations that the BHAB and NAMI put forward. The plan is very sketchy for anything except the training center, which was presented as a training for behavioral health education. It should not be a law enforcement issue. If it's a law enforcement issue, then law enforcement can pay for it. It shouldn't be Measure B funds. So there is essentially no plan percentage. It's a summary of existing knowledge. So I hope that your board can do better before considering approving such a document as this as a strategic plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we'll go back to the board. So I go back to, certainly we're going to need the PUF. We're committed to the CRT. We're committed to a training facility. And my understanding is that with the PUF, you need all these services that will complement it. We need what was presented to the board last month, I believe. You need the education piece and you need the aftercare. So some of those other programs that will complement it. We've already committed to the mobile outreach crisis program, the MOPS or whatever it's called. And so we know what we need. We're committed to some of it, but without the financials there, it's very hard for me to go forward and commit to doing the PUF or some of the big ticket items because we don't know how it's going to play out. And until we get within the next couple weeks, commitments from entities saying that they can provide the service and how much the commitment from the county would be ongoing. And until we get the numbers squared away about what the finances really look like, it's hard for me to buy into a strategic plan right now and say this is our first priority and this is how we're going to do it, because we don't know. There's too many unknowns right now. Anyone else?
So can we translate that into a motion, perhaps directing our behavioral health director to prioritize 1, a PUF, 2, a CRT, 3, a training center?
Without the financials.
Well, prioritize getting the financials on those. I agree. It's like, I feel like I'm out at a car lot buying a car and nobody will tell me the price. I don't know if I can afford it. I don't know if I want it. So 1, get a price on the CRT. 2, we should have enough information to fully price out number 1, get a firm estimate on the PUF, the capital costs and the recurring. 2, second eyes on the cost of a CRT, really vet that so we have firm long-term projection. And 3, the same for the training center. And if we find that we don't have enough to pull it off, the first thing to go is the training center. The second is the CRT. In the end, if we can only do one of these, it's the PUF.
Chair Haschek.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I think we're pretty far into the training center, and thanks to Sheriff Allman, we had a relatively modest expenditure of capital funds to secure that training center. By the ballot measure, up to 10% of the funds could have been devoted to the training center. We're not going to need that amount of money. it may be that there needs to be some sort of ongoing subsidy going forward. Totally agree. We need to get reasonable estimates on what the cost to operate these facilities is going to be. In the draft strategic plan, it says there will be a $500,000 needed annually for the CRT. It states that the PUF can operate self-sustainably. We need to validate that. But this continued discussion of, oh, can we afford the training center and the PUF and the CRT? While we're sitting on millions of dollars, the balance grows every quarter, and we keep spinning our wheels talking about, do we have enough money to do these things? We know we have enough money to construct the PUF and the CRT. We're pretty deeply committed to that. I don't see how we could pull the plug after we've put it out for bid. And I think the focus does need to be getting accurate financial numbers. I asked the question earlier, where are we in the process of getting the financials 3 years after the fact? But we need to come up with reasonable estimates of what is the cost to construct, what is the ongoing projected cost, and then we can prudently and responsibly set these priorities. But to just keep batting this around endlessly, we just can't continue this way. So I think appropriate direction, we're going to have a lot more information in a couple of weeks. Let's bring this back in a couple of weeks with that information and direction that we want these 3 items we're discussing to be priorities, and let's go from there.
Supervisor McCowan, Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Supervisor Brown.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan, would you like to turn that into a motion?
So moved.
We just need to make sure the clerk has it all. And I will second.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I definitely don't have it all.
I'll attempt to distill that into a reasonable motion. I move that we continue further discussion of this item to our next meeting, requesting that staff bring back additional information relevant to the construction and operation of a psychiatric health facility, a crisis residential treatment facility, and the training center, and any additional financial information that is available relating to the ongoing construction and operation of these facilities.
And that was seconded by Supervisor Brown. I'll just say I appreciate that motion because in 2 weeks we will have more information from the RFQs and RFP for the different facilities.
Chair Haschak, may I want to add, because I know, just really quick, sorry to interrupt, but we actually extended the PUF until November 19th, the RFQ. There was some additional information needed. So if it comes back on the 17th, we will not have those RFQs in yet. We can bring it forward, but we will not have the RFQ opening there. The new deadline was to extend it to November 19th to provide additional information.
Okay, so Supervisor McCowan, would it be better to move it to the first meeting in December?
I will amend my motion to do so. And I will have some additional comment also. Maybe I should do that before we vote.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
The second agrees to the amendment to the motion.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
On second thought, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can just move forward with the motion. I don't want to initiate additional discussion right now. Thank you. Oh, well, I guess I would say I might amend the motion to specify we're discussing a 16-bed. The focus would be on a 16-bed psychiatric health facility. I don't think that needs to be part of the motion, but maybe it's for direction to staff. We would be proceeding with that understanding. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, I think so. Is it acceptable, Supervisor Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Chair Haschek?
Yes.
Yeah, I support the motion. But a detail that came to our attention when we were working as the ad hoc, the board has never formally adopted the Kemper report. And I understand Dr. Miller may advise us to make some modifications, not adopted in whole, so that we can cover a greater percent of our population. I support that, but I think we probably should decide which part of it we're adopting, because that gives us the basis for a strategic plan. And then second, I understand the Behavioral Health Advisory Board has made various recommendations, which have never been adopted or rejected. Should we ask staff to bring those forward, or are we just deprecating those recommendations?
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. The Behavioral Health Board, I believe, came forward. They had dissected the Kemper report and did a whole presentation. Maybe that's what we need to go back and look at, Supervisor Williams. But certainly, we just need to move forward.
Okay. And so, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you conduct a roll call vote?
I can, if I may just read the motion into the record for the
Very
sake
good.
of, okay. Continue further discussion at the first meeting in December, requesting that staff bring back additional information relevant to the construction and operation of a psychiatric health facility, crisis residential treatment center, and training center, and any additional financial information that is available related to the ongoing construction and operation of the facility.
Okay. So, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Journey?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Chair Haschak?
Yes.
And Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, very good. Yes, Supervisor Journey.
Just briefly, since items 5E, 5F, and 5G all pertain to adopting fire safety ordinances, I'm wondering if we could, question for County Council, could the board take up all three items expeditiously?
I think there will be discussion, Supervisor Journey,
Okay, thank you.
on those items.
Chair Haschek?
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
And I think they may fall into two categories. And I believe I have not seen any questions regarding the item from the Ukiah Valley Fire Authority. Perhaps that could be acted on separately. The other two, I believe, have very similar issues, and perhaps those two could be taken together.
Okay, let's see. We can go two ways. We can try to deal with 5G right now, which is the Ukiah Valley Fire District issue, or we can take the break since we're having a working lunch and break until lunch and deal with all of them afterwards. What's the...
Again, I do think 5E could be a very quick item. I'm not aware of public comment to it.
Okay, well, I'm hearing from staff that we need to take a break before our closed session. So what we will do is we're going to have a working lunch. We're in closed session. We're going to be dealing with 9A, 9B, 9C. Okay, we plan to be back at 1:30, and so we will come back to closed session at 12 o'clock. All right? Okay, so we're recessed now. the meeting back to order and reporting out of closed session for items 9A, 9B, and 9C. Direction was given to staff in each one of those. So we will move on to agenda item 5E. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors ratifying Redwood Valley-Calpella Fire Protection District's Ordinance number 20-1, amending fire safety ordinance to adopt by reference and amend selected provisions, chapters, and appendices of the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, 2019, edition of the California Fire Code to adopt local findings and to make technical and administrative revisions to the fire safety ordinance. All right. Sponsor is County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe we should have Deputy County Counsel Matt Kudrowski joining us shortly. I will just, briefly indicate that this was something that we had brought forward on consent previously, that the fire districts had requested that the board ratify their changes as is required by statute. I will say that there have been some questions regarding the application of, or how that would apply to certain types of ag uses in particular. We were not able to answer that during the meeting at that time. But we did go back and work with the building official, Mike Oliphant, and do have an update. And I see that Mr. Kudrowski is here. I would ask if the chair would recognize him and allow him to speak to the item at this time.
All right, Mr. Kudrowski.
Chair Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe 5E and 5F, except for being different districts, have, I believe, possibly entirely the same ordinance and the same set of issues. It may be more efficient if we can hear both of those at the same time.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think we would have supported that, except that there's been an additional complication, which is my understanding is that representatives of Hopland weren't able to be present here today because they were on an emergency call and asked if they might be able to have the item continued to a later date. I would suggest if you want to take up 5E first, and then depending upon what you do with that, you can look at tabling 5F or otherwise making any appropriate comments back to the district.
Okay, that sounds good. So, Mr. Kudrowski.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. So on August 18th, these items came forward on the consent calendar. They were pulled for further discussion. And after discussion, Mr. Oliphant, the building official, and I worked on a memorandum. It was prepared for the October 6th, 2020 meeting. The item was continued, as were the other two items, in response to requests by the districts who were at that point busy during fire season. The memorandum is still attached to this item, and it kind of briefly goes through the issues that were brought up at the meeting in August. Generally speaking, the county's current existing ag exempt policy is limited to structures that are described in more detail in the resolution, but they are considered ag exempt and classified as a utility or U occupancy. Now, when a building permit's applied for in the county, the building division makes a determination regarding the occupancy. If the application is for a building within a fire district that has its own adopted fire code, the building division refers that application to that district to determine if that building conforms to the district's fire code. And generally speaking, where that district has adopted more restrictive provisions than those adopted by the county, the more restrictive standards are applied. Mr. Oliphant spoke with the districts after the August meeting, and I'll let him respond to questions regarding that. But they indicated generally that structures that conform to the ag exempt policy would remain this utility occupancy in their districts. However, in our review of the ordinances, the wording of the ordinances are more restrictive than that stated intent. The ordinances themselves specifically state that certain buildings, including agricultural buildings for cultivation and storage, would be considered an F1 occupancy. So on the wording of the ordinance alone, it would seem that whatever the intent of the district might be, the ordinance would presume that the district would take action and consider those as a different occupancy and apply the more restrictive standards for those occupancies. So realistically, in terms of the procedure the county's used as part of its building permit process, it would refer that permit to the district. And if the district had their obligation under their code to redesignate it as a different occupancy standard, the district could refuse to sign off on that building permit without changes being made. Mr. Oliphant also saw various changes regarding fire sprinklers, and those are highlighted in some bullet points that he wanted to highlight to the board. In terms of this, where we are in this fire code adoption process, Health and Safety Code section 13869.7 requires a fire district to send its ordinance adopting more restrictive fire codes to, in this circumstance, the Board of Supervisors, which may ratify, modify, or deny the adopted ordinance. If there's modification or denial, the board has to have a written statement describing the reasons for the modification or denial. Staff is seeking direction regarding the proposed fire code adoptions for Redwood Valley and Hopland. The Ukiah Valley Fire Code adoption, as a different item today, did not have the same questions raised at the August meeting. Should the board desire to deny or modify the ordinances, staff would seek direction on those reasons for modification or denial and would ask to return to the board at a future date with a final document for approval. Mr. Oliphant is also part of this meeting, and attorney for the district, Ginevra Chandler, is also on as well. We're happy to take any questions.
Okay, Mr. Oliphant, would you want to add anything to that?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mike Oliphant, building official. I don't have anything to add what County Counsel Kudrowski has just stated, because we have spoken a few times earlier, and I concur with what he has stated. I'm here to answer any questions you may have on how the current building and fire code relates to the proposed amendments that Redwood Valley is proposing at this time.
I have a question.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, rather than read all of these questions, I would like questions to Scott Ward's correspondence. The questions are highlighted in yellow.
Yes, those, Mike Oliphant, building official, those questions are directed to the fire districts and not to the building official, so I will let the fire districts take that.
Okay, should we go to Ginevra Chandler?
Chair Hashbeck.
Oh, Supervisor Brown?
Thank you. Redwood Valley-Calpella Fire District is within my district, the first. And I don't mean to not allow the attorney to speak, but after reading the memorandum from staff, basically the wording of the ordinance is more restrictive than stated intent. Any building related to agricultural crop production, those, including those conforming to the county's ag exempt policy, would presumably be treated by the district as F1 occupancy building. I don't think the Fire District Board of Directors realized this at the time that they were passing it, when you consider the intent of what's been discussed. But further, our building official in the memo added that both Redwood Valley Fire District and Hopland Fire District are making several changes regarding automatic fire sprinklers. And many of these changes would make sprinklers required in more buildings than what would be required by the fire code by the state of California. And, you know, I have a real concern about the water conveyance infrastructure to support these sprinklers. But, you know, bottom line for me, the intent is more restrained, and I'm again referring to the memo, than the actual wording of the ordinance. So, in my opinion, and also I appreciate Supervisor Williams bringing up public comment, specifically from Scott Ward and the statements and the questions. There was also public comment by Mendocino County Farm Bureau. But basically, it should not be the Board of Supervisors' responsibility to modify the wording in the ordinance. And I am of the opinion this should go back to the Board of Directors of the fire districts for reconsideration of the wording versus intent, and then come back to us. So that's my statement.
Okay, are there any other comments from the board? We do have public comment out there.
I support Supervisor Brown in all of her statements.
Okay, let's go to public comment then. Let's see, is Devin Jones from the Farm Bureau on the line?
This is Deputy Clerk of the Board, Atlas Pearson. No, she notified me that she has an appointment and will not be able to call in.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So let's see, there's no other comments from the public?
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan, I'm trying to get clarification, please.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and there are no further comments from the public on this item.
Okay, very good.
There's Geneva Chandler.
Okay, Geneva Chandler?
Yes, Supervisor Haschak. I actually am here sort of to caretake this. The two members of the fire districts that are most knowledgeable about why these codes were written the way they were are not present. And so I think what you have suggested to have the codes go back to the district's boards to discuss the supervisor's concern is probably the most efficient way to deal with this.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do tend to agree it ought to be up to the districts to come up with the appropriate wording, but if I understand the process correctly, the Board of Supervisors has the authority to modify what they are recommending, but we have to explain why we are making the modifications. It seems like we should probably spend a little time and say what specifically it is that we object to. I'm sure we have all seen Scott Ward's comments and other public comment raising questions about some of these provisions. And as Supervisor Brown notes, they're not only more restrictive than state law, they're perhaps more restrictive than what the district was intending. So again, I think we should give a little bit of direction before we just send it back, or we may wind up in the same spot we're in now.
Okay, so let's see, Supervisor Jurdy.
For just giving feedback right now, my feedback is, I personally support fire sprinklers in general. I think they are a way to protect property and life. In this particular case, though, I'm concerned about extending it to inhabited buildings. And because there's some practical problems in implementing fire sprinklers in places like Mendocino County, where there are very few water districts that have the water pressure to support a fire sprinkler system. So what often happens, my understanding is that people install sprinklers, the water flow is not available for them at the water system if there is something other than a well, and then they have to have a supplemental pump system to get that water pressure up. So that's yet an additional cost on top of what they might be paying to install the sprinklers, which in our county could be $4 to $7 a square foot. So I think for all those reasons, I'm concerned about extending it beyond the requirements of state law by imposing it on agricultural buildings.
All right, any other comment?
Yes.
Yes, Supervisor Williams.
My issue is state of California already makes it very difficult for farmers to stay in business and viable. Let's not compound the problem adding more regulation.
Yeah, and it seems like if the intent wasn't to make it more complicated, but the language does, then we need to send it back, and maybe at the same time, they could address some of these issues that Scott Ward brings up. So I would support what Supervisor Brown says. Okay.
Chair Haschak.
Yeah, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, in addition, many of the requirements appear to be duplicative of work that would be done by others. For instance, fire apparatus access roads, a construction permit is required for installation or modification of roadway structures used for fire apparatus access roads. Well, unless there's a specific definition of what that road is, does it apply to private roads and driveways, which I think would already be regulated through the county? It calls for a special permit for any organized procession or assemblage of people, which could significantly impact vehicular traffic. So the Great Day and Elk Parade or the Covelo parades that occur where we shut down state highways, if that were in this district, would they need to come and get a permit from it? It's almost as if this were developed as if there were no other regulatory bodies reviewing these types of activities. So that's another issue. To what degree are these duplicative of what other agencies are already regulating? Some of it, as pointed out by Scott Ward, is ambiguous. And I don't support the dramatic increases in square footage or decreases rather in square footage for some of the requirements that would be applied and the additional restrictions on ag. So all of the above, I guess we'll see if that gives enough direction to the district to make appropriate changes. And also to answer the questions, because again, as presented, there's a great deal of ambiguity exactly what does this apply to. So thank you.
Supervisor Brown, how would you like to proceed with this?
Well, I basically stated how I would like to proceed. Again, I don't think it's our responsibility to do any modifying, rejecting it. I think we need to attach the public comment, and I'm not sure what the verbiage would be, the wording back to the districts. Council could come up with that. Maybe we could come back to it later in the meeting, but I'm not willing to support either one without it going back to the Fire District's Board of Directors.
Well, I think we have agreement on that. So County Council, could you come back later with the language for a motion?
Chair Haschak?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, could we join 5E with 5F and have this motion apply to both? I don't think we want 5F to come back because we're likely to go the same direction.
Right. Is that all right, Supervisor Brown?
It works for me. Thank you.
Okay. County Council?
Mr. Chair, before doing that, I would just suggest giving an opportunity for any separate public comment on that or any comment from the district's attorney. And then as to the request for a motion, it may be sufficient if the board wants to just give us direction to that effect. We can come back with a written.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think that, let's go to public comment. We had public comment on 5F. Devin Jones, I assume that she's not available still. So we'll go back to the council for Fire District. Ginevra Chandler.
Thank you, Supervisor. I will take back what you have directed us to the boards of both districts, and hopefully we could sit down perhaps with Mike Oliphant another time to see how he would be comfortable with the ordinances to read so that we're all on the same page.
Very good. Okay, thank you. All right, do you have enough direction from the board?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Chandler, one more point. I'm hoping, that there will be more public notice. I don't believe, I've heard from quite a few people that totally support the fire departments, but cannot support this particular change. So I hope there's more public notice for the constituents the fire districts represent.
Okay. So County Council or for Deputy Council Kudrowski, is that enough information, direction from the board?
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, just one point of clarification. The direction sounds like it's going to the ability to have staff, including Mr. Oliphant, work with the districts on that. Is there, given that the concerns have been raised in large part by the board, is there any interest for staff to return to any members of the board for further discussion on these issues as they come up with the district?
Anything from the board?
I would like to see the answers to Scott Ward's questions as those become available.
And so would I, as the first district supervisor. Thank you.
Okay. Is that enough direction, Mr. Kudrowski?
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski, I'll look to Mr. Curtis if he wants anything more additional, but that at least gives us some people to turn to for any kind of further discussions.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just say I believe that's sufficient.
Okay. And Deputy Clerk, are we good with all of that?
Just this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. Just to clarify, was that a directive?
I believe so.
Okay, may I have the directive restated?
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. And the reason I referred to County Council, because I'm not sure I can read what the legal process is. And do we need to explain ourselves at this point? I mean, I could say it's a directive, but maybe that's not the legal process we must follow.
Okay, County Council.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski. Formally under the statute, the board has the authority to affirm, modify, or deny. And I think what the board is opting here is to provide direction to staff and the districts to respond to concerns that were raised by the board and by public comment in response to the items as brought before the Board of Supervisors, and to work on potential changes to those districts' ordinances and bring those back to the board at some point in the future once the districts have taken action upon those.
Chair Haschak?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
So between those three options, approve, modify, or deny, my read is we're denying today with feedback, expecting it to be resubmitted.
Mr. Chair, if I may, the only thing is that if the board wants to deny today, we may need a little bit of time to put together appropriate written findings stating the basis of denial. I think certainly if the board simply wants to make a motion of intent to that effect, we can bring something back formally at the next meeting. However, my understanding of the dynamics is that at this point, I expect that the fire districts are going to essentially be amenable to resubmitting with modifications.
Then county council, it could be a directive.
I think that would be fine. You know, the only thing is that if the districts want a formal denial, we can go through that process. But if they don't, I don't think there's any need for it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. I believe staff may still be looking for language for the directive, and it might be as simple as direct staff to work with the districts to modify the ordinances based on today's discussion. County Council, would that cover it in your opinion?
Just to try and resolve any confusion, I think Clerk of the Board actually has down the prior statement. If we could have that read back, if that would be convenient.
Absolutely.
Sure.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. I have general consensus of the board to provide direction to staff in the district to respond to concerns raised by the board in response to the issues raised in public comment, to work on the changes to district ordinances and bring those back to the board in the future so that the district may take action upon them.
Sounds good. Supervisor Brown, are you all right with that?
Yes, I am, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, and this will apply to both 5E and 5F. Okay, then moving on to item 5G, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors ratifying the ordinance of the Ukiah Valley Fire District adopting the 2019 edition of the California Fire Code with amendments regulating and governing the safeguarding of life and property from fire and explosion, and for providing for the issuance of permits, repealing all other ordinances and parts of ordinances of the Ukiah Valley Fire District in conflict herewith. County Council.
Deputy County Council Matthew Kudrowski. This is a third fire code item. It was originally presented on August 18th and kind of swept up with the other two districts and their changes to the fire code. No comments were specifically directed at the Ukiah Valley Fire Code adoption. So I don't know if the board has questions or comments at this time. We're happy to hear it. Otherwise, a resolution for adoption ratifying the codes is ready for the board.
Okay, any comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Let's see, on item 5G, we don't have any public comment. So back to the board.
I'll move approval of the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, any further comment?
I do have one comment. This is Supervisor Brown. I believe there will be some pushback to Ukiah Valley Fire District Authority, and I just hope their response isn't, well, the Board of Supervisors passed this. So that's my statement.
Supervisor, would you be willing to elaborate on the concern?
Actually, I just looked for the comment letter that did go into Ukiah Valley. It will have to do with agriculture and other businesses that are building or potential to build. I just don't want it said that, well, the Board of Supervisors, passed this, approved this. And then we get the pushback from the constituents. And I can't find the comment letter I wanted to refer to, so I apologize.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's a question, I'd rather address it before we vote to approve. So I don't see comment letters attached to this one. Now, Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski, did you say there had been issues raised when this was on the agenda previously? And if so, are you able to state what those issues were and if they have been addressed or not? if we may, Mr. Chair.
I believe that, may I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I believe my information came from the actual submittal of comment to Ukiah Valley when they were considering changing their fire code.
And do you know what those were?
No, sir. I did run them off way back when, in August, but I cannot seem to find it in the material I have today.
All right.
Well, Mr. Chair, perhaps we could table this motion until further down the agenda and ask staff to research what were the concerns, if any. I think we should be fully informed before we move forward with this.
Okay, that would be fine with me if you want to table this to a later time.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, just to clarify my prior statement, I am not aware of any, and there's no comments posted back to the August 18th agenda, and I don't believe anyone spoke on this item in particular. So if there's a direction for staff to review this particular concern, I'm not sure what we'll be able to find out this afternoon. I might request that the board continue this to a date certain for further discussion.
And as I remember correctly, it was the Mendocino County Farm Bureau that made those comments. I think some changes were made by Ukiah Valley. But I just wanted to make the comment that, you know, we have this process required by state code, and I don't see a problem of us voting on it today. But I had to make the statement I made because as a county supervisor for almost 12 years now, many times I hear, well, the Board of Supervisors did it, when it really was a process that we needed to go through, just like in lieu of elections, and people are being approved by the board instead of those seats going to election. So I guess I'm getting a little sensitive about a lot of issues, and I just don't think we should have to wait on this.
Okay, so the question comes down to whether we wait to get answers that seems like staff doesn't have right now, or we go ahead and move on this issue.
Chair Hashak, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and there is still a motion on the floor.
The motion was...
And Mr. Chair, I would withdraw my motion for one reason, and I'm scanning through the ordinance. I don't see the types of concerns that we've seen with the other ordinances. There is, however, a section that requires automatic sprinkler systems as determined by Appendix B of this code. However, Appendix B is not included. So based on the information in front of us, it's not really possible to tell exactly the extent of that requirement. Again, for that reason, I withdraw my motion, and I think it would probably be prudent to continue it and make sure we have all the information before we move forward.
Okay, so Deputy County Counsel Kudrowski, is it possible to get that Appendix B?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I can see what I can do in between the next couple of items. I would presume it's the Appendix B is attached to the fire code, but I'll have to try and find that online. Or if you would prefer, if we're continuing the item, we could contact the fire district and make sure they're at the next meeting at which this would be heard.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
I'd request that maybe we continue this to the meeting where we'll address the other two items, or sooner, but in part because the ordinance that they've provided us simply shows the adopted ordinance by the fire district, and it doesn't show us an underlined version or a highlighted version that shows the changes. So I think not only should we see Appendix B, but also if there are changes to Appendix B, if this is an existing ordinance. And secondly, what are the changes in the ordinance as proposed? That should be in part of the submittal that's made public, not only to us, but to members of the public who are looking at our packet.
All right. So maybe we should table it till, you're saying till the others come back, unless we do it before.
Yeah, sure. It could be brought back sooner, but I think probably at a later meeting.
You want to make a motion on that?
Well, it's not my district, but if it's that would be my suggestion.
Okay, Supervisor.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair, by order of the chair, you can simply direct that it be continued.
Okay, then I'll just direct that it be continued and bring it back at a future date, because this is independent of the others. All right, is that clear? Clerk of the board?
Yes, Chair Hashtag, thank you.
Okay, very good. Moving on to agenda item number 5H. Notice public hearing. Discussion and possible action including number 1, adoption of a resolution approving and adopting an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration for rezoning R 2019-0009 in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act requirements. And 2, adoption of an ordinance rezoning R 2019-009 Redwood Valley West Road District, 14 legal parcels totaling 27.03 plus or minus acres, adding a cannabis accommodation, combining district to the current zoning designation of rural residential district. Sponsors Planning and Building Services. So clerk, has the proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Okay, has there been telephone calls or correspondence? Clerk.
All correspondence has been attached to the item, and there is one caller for 5I.
Okay, and for 5H, there's 2 voicemail messages.
And there's 2 voicemail messages. It's on the list.
Okay. All right, so staff, I invite you to present.
Hello, Supervisor Hasek, Chair Hasek, and the supervisors, Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. And
Mr. Schultz?
How you doing today?
Well, you're not coming through very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Well, hello. I just wanted to hand this off to our staff planner, Siobhan Holmes. She'll walk you through a summary of this application. And Julie Acker-Grog is also here, our chief planner, who will follow up after that. And we're obviously all here to answer any questions. So Siobhan, take this item away.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am Siobhan Holmes, staff planner of Planning and Building Services, before you today to present the rezone application R_2019-0009. This application proposes to create a cannabis accommodation combining district, or alternatively referred to as a cannabis accommodation overlay. As explained in Chapter 10A17 of the Mendocino County Code, the sunset provision requires legal parcels in zoning districts primarily residential in use and less than 2 acres in size cease cultivation activities unless a cannabis accommodation combining district is created. The applicant for this rezone seeks to develop an accommodation combining district of 14 contiguous parcels in order to continue permitted and licensed cultivation activities on their site, as well as help other farmers and neighbors recover from the catastrophic Redwood Valley fire of 2017. As provided in the applicant's statement, most of the sunset farms around me are already established, not needing to or having the room to expand in our little area. allowing us to continue to cultivate will allow some in the CA district to rebuild their lives and feel normal again. To do so, the applicant provided a petition of property owners within the proposed district, which includes 13 of 14 owner signatures or 93% approval to create the district. The proposed district consists of approximately 27 acres of land zoned rural residential. If approved, the new district would be the 5th Cannabis Accommodation Combining District approved by the county. On August 6, 2020, staff presented the project and associated addendum to the adopted mitigated negative declaration to the Mendocino County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission was unable to reach a majority decision and ultimately voted to move the request to the Board of Supervisors without a recommendation. The commissioners discussed concerns that the regulations did not include a minimum setback of cultivation activities from the district perimeter. Staff informed the commission that no such setback exists in Chapter 20.118, which regulates cannabis accommodation combining districts, or apply to any existing cannabis accommodation combining districts. Review of the proposed project under the California Environmental Quality Act determined that an addendum to the adopted mitigated negative declaration best analyzed potential environmental impacts as a result of this application. The addendum is attached as Exhibit A of the resolution. The proposed rezone is consistent with the Rural Residential General Plan land use and zoning designations, as well as Mendocino County Code, Chapter 20.118. Staff recommends that by resolution, the Board of Supervisors adopts an addendum to the mitigated negative declaration and approve the rezone request to create a cannabis accommodation combining district. R_2019-0009, the West Road, Redwood Valley, CA District. I believe Chief Acker-Krog has some additional comments for the board.
Thank you, Siobhan. This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, and I just wanted to provide a little additional history on how we got here with the cannabis accommodation and cannabis prohibition districts. I apologize if some of this is duplicative to supervisors who have been on the board since the inception of the cannabis program, but I thought it may be helpful to review how we got here. So starting back in February 2017, prior to the adoption of the cannabis cultivation regulations, the board directed staff to 1, support a community planning process that would create overlay zones, and 2, support phasing out commercial cultivation in residential neighborhoods, but allow for a sunset period and also allow overlay zones to be created. This was detailed in an October 3rd, 2017 memo to the Board of Supervisors. In response to this directive, a request for proposals was distributed in March 2017, and ultimately Michael Baker International was hired and began working on the ordinance amendment in December 2017. As is detailed in the board memorandum prepared for the November 16th, 2018 hearing, the intent behind the ordinance amendment was to create, and this is a quote, exemptions for properties that do not meet zoning requirements of chapters 10A17 and or 20.242, tools such as use permits, overlay zones, or combining districts, options for phasing out commercial cultivation in residential neighborhoods, and exception process for properties not within an overlay zone or combining district. On December 4th, 2018, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance number 4420, establishing chapters 20.118 and 20.119, and authorized the establishment of 4 cannabis accommodation districts. That was the Cobolo Core, Cobolo Fairbanks, Laytonville, and South Leggett, and 2 cannabis prohibition districts, Deerwood and the Boonville Woody Glen. 1 additional cannabis prohibition district adjacent to the Woody Glen district was approved on August 4th, 2020. I've seen concern expressed in some of the comment letters regarding the amount of community support for the 2 CA districts, and that's the cannabis accommodation districts in front of you today. And so I think it's important to note that the Cobolo Fairbanks district had the lowest percentage of community support, demonstrated only 60% in agreement, which is the minimum required by the ordinance, yet it was still approved. I think it is pertinent to highlight to the board the financial cost associated with the ordinance and the cannabis accommodation and cannabis prohibition districts, which was an approximately $200,000 endeavor, which is probably an underestimation given the hundreds of hours of staff time dedicated to this ordinance. Today, you are seeing the first 2 cannabis accommodation districts proposed outside of the 4 adopted back in 2018. We have 2 additional cannabis accommodation districts in process, but that is all that we have submitted, and the application period closed in November 2019. In summary, a total of 4 cannabis accommodation districts and 3 cannabis prohibition districts have been approved. 4 additional cannabis accommodation districts are proposed, including the 2 before you today. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions you may have.
All right, any questions from the board?
Chair Haschak?
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. When the cannabis prohibition districts were under consideration, I believe as part of the process, staff surveyed not only the parcel owners within those proposed districts, but I believe staff also surveyed the neighbors or the owners of nearby parcels, both immediately contiguous and some distance beyond, to determine if they supported formation of the district or not. Do I remember that accurately?
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan, Julia Acker-Krug, Chief Planner. And you are correct. There was numerous community meetings held as well as surveys sent out to really kind of zero in on what were going to be the extent of the boundaries of those initial cannabis accommodation and cannabis prohibition districts. So the initial undertaking done by Michael Baker International was much more expansive in terms of that community input, because we were really, this wasn't a landowner coming in and submitting a request to be part of these areas. These were identifying appropriate areas throughout the county that the county was proposing that these areas be included. So the ordinance that was ultimately adopted did not require that same process as was initially undergone for the establishment of those first 4 cannabis accommodation and the first 3 cannabis prohibition districts.
Then Bixby Avenue came later, and was a survey of the surrounding neighbors made of that one to determine if they approved of formation of that district or if they had objections?
No, so it was still done the same way as I just previously stated. So again, the ordinance only requires that you really have that buy-in support from the properties that are affected, which the ordinance even defines the affected properties as being those within the boundaries of the district.
Well, thank you. In common parlance, however, I think most people would understand affected properties to also include those that are in the general neighborhood. And in retrospect, I think we may have missed a step by not surveying the surrounding neighborhood. And I'll have comments later on my understanding of the intention of the formation of the accommodation districts. And I do have a memo that I've submitted that for the benefit of my colleagues, it's been posted online. It's the first comment posted with today's date. Thank you.
Hey, Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, and I do appreciate Vaughn and Jill, the minimum standards set forth in ordinance. But I do want to just sort of take one step back, and that I think fundamentally when we look at zoning, land use zoning, the purpose of land use zoning is to provide for orderly development of property and sufficient services to support those properties. And so regardless of what minimums are established within any particular ordinance, I think that's sort of the fundamental rule of thumb that needs to be applied towards any kind of proposal. And the reason why I bring that up is one of the minimum requirements that, or guidance, I should say, that was suggested by Baker International was that we have a minimum threshold of no fewer than 12 parcels in any proposed accommodation district. because to do less than that as a rule of thumb would certainly look like spot zoning. But I don't think that was the only thing that could be labeled as spot zoning. If there's not a reason for why these particular 12 or 14 parcels are proposed, that too could be a reason for alleging that what is being proposed is spot zoning. So I just think it's something we need to be thinking about, and maybe we need to take a second look at the ordinance. If those fundamental concepts aren't clear to staff and to applicants, then maybe we need to reiterate those fundamental planning concepts in the ordinance itself, because when I saw the public comments raising concerns about why were these particular parcels in the proposed area, other people immediately adjacent were objecting to it, yet they were not allowed to vote because they weren't in the proposed area. It kind of could be characterized as, what you often hear about congressional districts being gerrymandered to, allow for one party or another to hold that congressional seat. And so I just think that we need to be thinking about when applications come forward, in what way are they coming forward that it is a logical progression of land use? And an example of that would be you have residential parcels that don't allow for something, but they're immediately adjacent to agricultural parcels or some other type of zoning district that does allow for that activity. Therefore, it would be a logical progression of the zoning through the accommodation district. So I'm not sure if staff has any comments on that, but that's a question I have about this application, how it's moving forward, and whether or not it meets that basic threshold of being logical progression of zoning.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. And so I just do want to correct one statement from Supervisor Jurdy, which is that the CA combining district requirement is actually 10 legal parcels rather than 12. And then also just to state, and this is detailed in the document supporting this item that is attached to the item as well, that all standards of the ordinance in terms of qualifying activities, in terms of the landowner support, the how many parcels are included, this accommodation district does comply with those standards.
But does it comply with the basic standard that land use should be rezoned in a logical fashion?
I'm not sure if I can fully address that. Pardon me if I may, through the chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So, I think it's important to note that the applicability of this district, it was really intended to be placed on lots that allow residential use by right. And it was intended to be supplemental to basically allow, and I'm going to read the intent of this district actually verbatim. And it says, is intended to be applied to areas where greater flexibility in the development standards related to cannabis cultivation operations is desirable and necessary in order to accommodate existing commercial cannabis cultivation sites. So I think it's less so about, it's more about trying to legalize land uses that already exist there and allow a pathway forward for properties that would otherwise not be eligible to cultivate once that sunset date, which is now passed, has passed. So,
Chair Haschek.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Since we're discussing intent, and that's partly what my memo deals with, staff repeatedly expresses in the staff report, and that we've heard it verbally, that the intent of the accommodation district was to allow or facilitate or support the continued operation of existing cannabis cultivation sites. If that had been the intent, we didn't need to have a prohibition on cultivation in residential areas. We could have just left things as they were. However, when the board was developing this ordinance, there was a lot of discussion about where is it appropriate or not, along the lines of Supervisor Jurdy's comments regarding orderly development. And the board determined at that time that commercial cannabis production in residential neighborhoods was not appropriate. In deference to the many people that were currently growing in residential areas, the board allowed a 3-year sunset period to allow those individuals to transition one way or the other. But in order to be eligible to continue cultivation during the sunset period, they were supposed to come in and apply for a permit and follow all of the regulations, et cetera. But the expectation was those residential neighborhoods would return to residential uses and not commercial. And then we later developed the concept of allowing these accommodation districts in recognition of the fact that there are some neighborhoods in the county where cannabis cultivation was either practiced by a majority of the residents or a majority of the residents supported that continuation or at least did not object to it. So where it could be established that continuation of cannabis cultivation on small residential parcels was in keeping with the community standard of that area, these accommodation zones could be approved. It was never intended to be something that would be generally approved countywide anywhere that somebody happened to be cultivating cannabis in a residential neighborhood. So I think that's a very important distinction to make. And as we have seen from the numerous public comments, particularly regarding this particular application, continuation of commercial cannabis production in this residential neighborhood does not meet the community standard. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've been trying to get in the conversation.
Yeah, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you. I've been muted, unmuted, and was actually talking at the very beginning when Supervisor McCowan came on, and I realized I was muted. But I do support Supervisor Jurdy's comments, and thank you, Supervisor McCowan, for bringing forth your comments, and especially about neighborhoods. I think we were very careful not to include neighborhoods when we were writing the ordinance due to conflicts between growers and non-growers. In addition, just lately, we have had some horrific criminal activity due to cannabis robbers invading these properties. We have had a lot of controversy about this district, and from the public, from the same neighborhood, and from others that work on the Municipal Advisory Council for Redwood Valley concerning the growth in the valley and development. So one question I would like to ask staff. These properties, we had a 3-year sunset provision, and these were for growers, not in allowed zones to grow cannabis. So the sunset, I believe, expired in May, and I want to ask the question: were these growers in this proposed district, have they continued to grow? Even though the sunset expired.
That's for planning and building?
Yes.
This is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. And so I think, and correct me if I'm misstating this question, but I believe the question was, were these folks within this district able to continue cultivation after the sunset date? Is that correct?
Were they?
Were they? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did they continue after the sunset?
This is Megan Duquette, Senior Program Manager with the Cannabis Division. With the pending CA combining district, we did not sunset. It was subject to what the determination would be in this hearing.
Did you hear that, Supervisor Brown?
I didn't, because for planning staff, it's an echo. So could you repeat it for me?
Right, thank you.
My apologies, Supervisor Brown. I hope can you hear me better this time?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So the response was that they were not sunsetted out of the program because they had the pending Cannabis Accommodation District application, and they will be sunsetted depending on the results of today's hearing.
Okay.
Chair Haschek.
Well, let's go. We have
Chair Haschek.
Supervisor McCowan. You've already had two.
Clarification. So, in order to be eligible to continue cultivating during the sunset period, my understanding, an individual parcel needed to apply for a cannabis cultivation permit. To allow them to continue after sunset, they needed the application for the accommodation district. Of the 14 parcels, how many applied for a permit to continue legally growing during the sunset period? And by the maps, it shows 2 were approved in this district. But is my understanding correct? To continue cultivation during the sunset period, I believe they would have needed to submit an individual application for each parcel that wanted to continue. Is that correct?
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. That was my next question.
So this is Julia Acker-Krog, if I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
There are at least, and now I am working off because this is really the application. What we prepared for today was discussion about the merits of how the proposal in front of you conformed with the standards of the ordinance for creation of a cannabis accommodation district. But my understanding is that there are 2 active cultivation permits within this area. If a cannabis accommodation district is approved today, it opens up the application period during which time applications may be filed by cultivators in that area for 180 days.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yes, I do have one more that I'm very concerned about, especially in Redwood Valley. And it was brought up in numerous letters, probably at least 6 or 7, opposing this accommodation district. And that is water supply. If no one has applied, how do we know that there is the water supply for cannabis growing?
Chief Planner.
This is Siobhan Holmes. Through the chair, please.
Yes, go ahead.
For rezone 2019-0009, the applicant not only has a cannabis cultivation permit, they also have the temporary licensing through the state of California, which means that everything associated with cultivation has been approved by the subsequent jurisdictions. So when we have conversations with regard to staff and an inquiry about water for the rezone, no, there was no research done on that topic because the rezone only allows eligible property owners and or cultivators in the district to apply for a cultivation permit. The rezone does not generically allow them to begin cultivation activities, but rather gives them a pathway to apply for those subsequent permits.
And then they must, this is Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner, and then once they apply, they have to demonstrate conformance with the full Mendocino County Cannabis Cultivation Ordinance, including any provisions within that ordinance related to water and water impact analysis.
Hey, any further questions from the board?
Just a statement. It sounds like we have the cart before the horse when it comes to water supply.
Okay, I guess my question would be, is that when I look at the map, I can see that West Road is the primary road through that area, and that the roads going off of it, Rolling Hills, Inez, Mohawk, they have quite a few residences after the proposed cannabis accommodation zone. And it seems like there's a whole residential community if you go. I see many lots surrounding those. So the access point would be having to go through that area. Is that correct?
Through the chair,
Ms.
Holmes?
Yeah.
Can you clarify your question, because I'm a little confused? Do you mean, do the parcels that are east and or west of the proposed district, how do you access those parcels?
Right, like on Rolling Hills.
Rolling Hills is a private road.
Okay, and past those 6 parcels that probably use Rolling Hills, there's like a dozen or so past that. Would they all use Rolling Hills?
I'm sorry, because Rolling Hills is a private road, if the property owners east of the proposed district parcels do use that access, staff is unaware of that. Last Friday on October 30th, I did conduct about a 45-minute reconnaissance drive around, and Rolling Hills Road is a locked gate that does not look like it provides access to anyone who doesn't have the right to the access. So I can't really speak to the other parcels. I would highlight that Road K is just south. It may provide additional access. Some of the private roads aren't published on the map. And then as far as the other side, there are some additional parcels west of the proposed district. But again, if you see Mohawk Trail, there's additional private roads back there that are used to access a variety of properties. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, I'm going to go to public comment. So we have a couple voicemail messages. Deputy Clerk, do you have those ready?
Yes, this is Deputy Clerk Atlas Pearson, and I just want to let you know that both of these were submitted stating that they were for both 5H and 5I. So we can either just play them once or we can play them for both items, whichever you prefer.
Okay, just play them and we'll see.
Cynthia Hune, and this is regarding agenda items 5H and 5I, dealing with the cannabis rezoning. I strongly oppose this as a member and resident of Redwood Valley. Our beautiful valley has been taken over with a current grow that's off of East Road, and the air quality has been impacted as a result of its operation. It's bad enough. We don't want to destroy our valley. We don't need the odor. We don't need the traffic. And I believe that the rezoning would be detrimental to Redwood Valley. So please vote no on 5H and 5I. Thank you.
Okay, do you have another one?
My name is Charlene Zanella. I live in Thames Lane in Redwood Valley. I sent an email this morning, but I don't know if it got there. I'm opposing 20-1027 and 20-1029, 5H and 5I, regarding rezoning application off of West Road to Mohawk Trail for facilitating pot grow. And suspending the policy regarding the sunset provision for residential districting rule. We need to protect our residential areas. Enough is enough. And if it's not, come and live in my neighborhood and for a couple weeks and take a smell. We need to protect our health, safety, and welfare of our communities. And until the regulations that are in place now can be enforced by law enforcement, I don't think we need any more additions. I understand there's been, and I also, it's too late, I'm sure, but I also oppose the 10% per parcel of agricultural and ranch land being used for pot grow. Thank you.
Okay. Is that it for the public comment?
Chair Hashcheck, we do have Dylan McGinty on the line. I don't know if he wanted the opportunity to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here if you guys can hear me, and I wrote something I'd like to say just to kind of clarify some stuff.
Okay, go ahead.
First off, I want to say thank you for your time, but I think the message of what this rezone is really intended for got misrelayed to the public and outside neighboring parcels. Per the extent of the concern, this isn't intended to allow or ask for larger scale cultivation on these parcels. It's not a request for expansion. For me, it's a request to keep my pre-existing state and county fully permitted and in compliance business where I live and where I have been cultivating pre-2016 under medical cannabis with 25 plants, the same equivalent to 2,500 square feet. Where I've never received a complaint or code enforcement visit. The definition of my farm on the state's level is called cottage. The definition on the county's ordinance is deemed small. To deny the CA district would keep large-scale cannabis out of Redwood Valley would be a lie because it's based on your zoning and parcel size. And right now there are 3 larger grows across the street from where I cultivate. 2 fully permitted 10,000 square foot and a permitted 5,000 square foot. I don't know where people got the idea of me wanting to put big commercial greenhouses came from, but let me remind you that I am pre-existing, already functional business at my max square footage with no new buildings needed to be built. We obey and adhere to the strict ordinance that has been put in place as a cannabis farmer and business, such as light pollution, water monitoring, pesticide and fertilizer use and storage. I personally believe it is my right as a property owner, a hardworking, tax-paying member of this community to be able to continue to conduct my business from my property on West Road. I am born and raised here in Mendocino County and hope to continue living here. But taking my permit would affect my livelihood and forcing me to uproot my business, home, and family and relocate so I can continue to work and provide. Let's not make it harder for farmers to live. I farm my property with my brother. I don't have employees. I don't buy water. We are self-sustained. And to answer your question, Jordy, this parcel is adjacent to 2 large 40-acre vineyards and 3 large permitted cannabis grows, with a 120-acre vineyard that lies just north on the corner of Igniz Lane. This property, I feel like, is right on the edge of being on the wrong side of the street to continue doing what I'm doing. All I'm asking is to keep my permit, which I've worked very hard for and have kept in compliance. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Chair Hashcheck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McGinty. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from staff whether they agree with this, with staff's recommended action, simply grandfather in existing cultivation. And has that cultivation had any complaints, or is it in compliance as the applicant stated?
Through the chair, this is Siobhan Holmes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I cannot speak to the validity or their compliance with their cannabis cultivation activities. What I can say, as detailed in the staff report, this area does appear to have a lot of historic cannabis cultivation activities happening on the subject parcels. Specifically with the applicant, as some of the members of the board are aware, I am the former program administrator for the cannabis cultivation program, and I am familiar with Dylan and his process. And as written in our code and as demonstrated in Dylan's application materials, he has requested to continue operation of activities that have existed prior to 1/1/16. During this process, Dylan also purchased the property that he rented and became the full property owner of his site. So in response to your question, Supervisor Williams, he wants to continue doing what he has historically been doing.
So, statement, Chair Haschek. I don't like the idea of expansion in residential neighborhoods. This doesn't appear to be that. This appears to be grandfathering in a pre-existing cultivation that is micro size.
Chair Haschek.
Let's see. Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you. Actually, this does allow for expansion because while we have only 2 of the 14 cultivators appear to have complied with the law and filed for permits to continue cultivation during the sunset period, there are other parcels in this proposed district where they are or have been cultivating, although it's not clear that staff has yet made a determination how many of these can even supply proof of prior on or before 1/1/16, because if they can't legally grow. If the parcel has changed hands, they can't legally grow. But assuming that those that are currently in this area that are currently growing, although they've been doing it illegally without permits during the sunset period, if we approve this accommodation district, anyone that had a very modest grow could come in and say, here is my proof of prior cultivation. But now that they're legal, in order to pay the costs of permitting and compliance, they may well make the decision, wow, I really have to go up to the 2,500 square feet and I have to start doing it year round. So the neighbors have been putting up with what they've been putting up with up until now. Some of them based on the intimidation factor. There are numerous comments in the public comment about intimidation being used against people who have complained about this district on Facebook. So they took their Facebook post down. But make no mistake, if we approve this, we will see a dramatic increase in cultivation in this district, because anyone who wants to continue in the legal process is going to have to increase their production to pay the costs of legalization. I just don't think continuation of commercial cannabis in residential zoning is appropriate when it does not comply with the community standards. And it's clear from the public comments, however well-intentioned the applicant may be, commercial cannabis in this residential zone is not in line with the community standard. Thank you.
So I guess we're ready for a motion. We've had public comment. Is there a motion out there?
Yes, I would like to make the motion. But, you know, it says noticed public hearing. And there has been enormous opposition from the community, and especially in the community where this is being proposed. As a first district supervisor, I want to move denial of an ordinance rezoning the Redwood Valley West Road District, adding a cannabis accommodation combining district to the current zoning designations of rural residential district.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Chair Hashak, you said we concluded public comment at around 2:57. Did that also indicate that you were closing the public hearing at 2:57?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just as a matter of process, it may be cleaner if we have a written denial and come back to the board with that. So if I might suggest that the board entertain this as a motion of intent with direction to staff to come back for formal written denial.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
When will that written document come back, a written motion?
We would bring that back at the next meeting.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I wonder why a written notice, a formal written notice is required. Are there specific findings that must be made?
County Counsel?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, I think generally in the context of denials of an application, I would recommend having a written explanation of that so that's in the record and it's clear what the action was based on.
And that being the case, I might request that it come back on the consent calendars.
And just to clarify, Mr. Chair, that would be staff's intent.
Okay, any further comment? We have a motion, we have a second. Okay, I would just like to say, you know, I feel for this Dylan McGinty for doing what was right and keeping his permit in compliance. And I just, when I look at the map and I see the Ag 40 designation right across the street, and according to Mr. McGinty, it might be 120 acres. So if we go to phase 3 with what we approved the other week, they could be growing 12 acres of cannabis in that lot.
And I know them, that's what their plan is.
Well, so anyway, it seems kind of heartbreaking on that level. So, okay. Any further comment?
It is heartbreaking. You guys are going to take.
So, Deputy Clerk of the Board, could you do a roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, it's 3:02. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes till 3:17 and then come back and do agenda item 5I. To agenda item number 5I, which is a noticed public hearing, discussion and possible action, including number 1, adoption of a resolution approving and adopting an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration for rezoning R 2019-0011 in compliance with California Environmental Quality Act requirements, and 2, adoption of an ordinance rezoning R 2019-0011 Calpella Milani Drive District, 12 legal parcels totaling 8.96 plus or minus acres, adding a cannabis accommodation combining district to the current zoning designations of suburban residential district. Sponsor is Planning and Building Services. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
All right, so
Chair Haschek.
1 second. Do we have correspondence and telephone calls, Clerk?
Yes, so we have the 2 voicemail messages that were played earlier that also related to this item. We have 1 public commenter, and then we have several pieces of written correspondence that were uploaded to the item.
Okay, and Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Chair Haschek. Due to a financial interest in a property in proximity to this proposed district, I am recusing myself from participation in the board discussion and action. I do have public comment if that's able to be accommodated technologically at the time that public comment is considered. Thank you. I assume staff is going to put me in the waiting room.
Okay. And then I'm going to go to CEO Carmel Angelo.
Chair Haschak, thank you. I received a call from District Attorney David Eister, who had been in the Zoom meeting earlier. However, he was not able to speak, and then he had to go to court. So he called me because he has additional information for this item for 5I, and I am going to ask our Chief Counsel, Christian Curtis, to speak to the information that our district attorney has. In the meantime, we are attempting to get a hold of the district attorney. He wasn't sure he would be available to speak because he's in court, but our clerk is trying to get a hold of him now, and if we can get a hold of him, Chair, I'd like to ask that we allow the district attorney to speak. In the meantime, though, I will go to our Chief Counsel to explain the issue.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, County Counsel.
Thank you. I will just say very roughly, my understanding is that the district attorney has indicated that he has information that some of the understanding as to who may be on title on some of the properties within the district might be incorrect. And I'm not certain the exact nature of the information that he has, but that would be relevant if, in fact, the people who indicated, their statements as to the preferences to the district are not quite the right people in terms of title on the property. So I do believe that this information would be relevant.
And Chair Haschak, on the break, after speaking with the district attorney, I did have Chief Counsel Curtis here, and we did speak with the planning department staff, and there definitely is a discrepancy in the information that the planning team has and that the district attorney has.
Okay, so with that discrepancy.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, sir. Maybe we should continue this public hearing until the district attorney can come on to address this particular agenda item.
And Chair Haschak, the district attorney is in court. We did call his cell phone as he had asked. There is no way we can get a hold of him right now. He's in a case and he cannot leave.
Okay, so Supervisor Brown, your idea is to continue it to a date future.
Date future or time future, but it sounds like he won't be out of court very quickly today.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I would just suggest if the board does want to continue it, I think it would be best to pick a date certain so that we avoid any potential notice issues with anyone unable to know sort of when the next hearing will be.
Okay, if we go that way, then we should ask the clerk of the board what would be a possible date.
Chair Haschak, I was just speaking with Deputy Clerk Lindsay Dunham. Both dates in December are full. However, if this is a priority for the board, we could move items around and make time for this. If not, then it would be January. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Brown?
Well, I'm willing to do whatever is going to work, but it should also be a timed item so the district attorney can be present.
Okay. All right, and Supervisor Williams, you had seconded that motion to
Yes.
get it continue it to a later date. Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
A question for staff. Do we need to give a specific date, or my impression is we would need to give a specific date if the item is continued?
If I may respond, yeah, if we would provide a specific date, then we get around issues in terms of renoticing and reweighting the notice period.
Okay, so Deputy Clerk, can you give us the options again?
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and just looking at forecasting, we have a better shot at December 15th if you decide it's a priority that date. Otherwise, we can definitely make space for it in January. It's at your discretion.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, what's your preference on this?
I want to accommodate our time schedule, so I don't have a preference. If we have to go into January, we have to.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
Not having made the motion, but my suggestion is we would just simply pick the date of December 15th. If for some reason that doesn't work out, we would have to reschedule it. But
I can go with that.
Okay. Okay, so I guess if Deputy Clerk, if you're all right with December 15th as moving this item, continuing this item on December 15th, I guess I need to know what the process is now for the public hearing that we're having.
So this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. As far as the date is concerned, we will make that work and decide how to proceed from that date.
And
okay.
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest that it may be appropriate to have it as a motion to continue. However, you may want to just ask the applicant if there's any objection to the date of December 15th.
Okay, is the applicant on the line? Or the counsel for the applicant?
Yes, there's no objection to a continuance to December 15th.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm looking for, Supervisor Brown, would you like to put that in motion?
Yes, sir. I move to continue this public hearing to December 15th, 2020. Is that the 15th?
Right.
15th. They're all going to be there still.
No.
December 15th, 2020.
I think it's just.
And I'm getting feedback.
Excuse me, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and we just would need all participants who are not currently speaking to mute themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. I'll start again. I move to continue the public hearing till December 15th, 2020 at a time certain. That's the motion.
Second.
Okay, do we need to get public comment on this? more than what we had?
I don't know that you do for the purposes of the continuance, Your Honor. Or, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. All right. So any further comment about that? Okay. Hearing none. Deputy Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Absolutely. Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Supervisor McCowan? Oh, that's right. Supervisor McCowan is removed. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Chair Haschak?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries with Supervisor McCowan being absent by prior arrangement.
Okay, so with that, we have completed all of our business for the day. And thank you all. And remember, it's election day. And so we appreciate everything people are doing to make the election work. Okay. Okay. So at 3:32, the meeting is adjourned.